Absolutely gorgeous. So nice to see people dress up.
Yeah, you can exactly tell that everybody has, taken an extra effort to make sure that when they rock up here tonight, they look the part.
Indeed, indeed. Speaking about looking the part, I see a lot of very important people in this room looking the part and looking very dapper as well. Who have you noticed that I think we need to do the right thing, follow protocol, and acknowledge?
Yeah, there certainly are quite a number of people who have accepted the invitation to come and lend a hand at the 10th anniversary celebration for the Collen Mashawana Foundation. I have seen a few, and there's still quite a lot more that will be joining us as the night gets further. The one that I have seen is an entourage from KZN.
Yes.
The princesses who are here on behalf of His Majesty, the King. They're somewhere here in the audience. We've got Prince Ayo, Prince Bambindlovu, and Prince Simangaye. Can we just give them a nice round of applause just to welcome them? We also have two ministers from our cabinet here in South Africa. The Honorable Minister Mamuluko Kubai. Can we give her a nice round of applause to welcome her? Now, Honorable Minister Kubai is the Minister of Human Settlements in South Africa. And also from South Africa's cabinet, we have Minister Lindiwe Zulu. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She's of course the Minister of Social Development. And just from across the border, we have the former President of Botswana, Mr. Ian Khama. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Now, my list shows a few more people who will be joining us hopefully shortly, but the one last person I would like to acknowledge, it's one of South Africa's most popular sons, the president of the EFF, Mr. Julius Malema. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Yeah.
Fantastic.
More to follow.
Yes, more to follow indeed. We've had the privilege of incredible company tonight. And speaking about incredible company, one man, of course, who is probably the reason why we are all here, Mr. Collen Mashawana. I mean, honestly, just an incredible man. I sat with him the other day, he told me the story, and I cried. He's got so many phenomenal stories about how communities have come together to help him and the foundation, either breaking shacks and rebuilding one brick at a time, and making sure that South Africa is a beautiful country, but is even more empowered. And it's because of people like him and because of people like you in this room today that we are on a fantastic trajectory finally, even during a pandemic. But I would like to know from you, what do you think, or I wonder how to put this, men like Collen, and I'm sure many men like you that we have in this room, men and women, who do fantastic things. What is the drive? What makes a person get up in the morning and go, I'm going to put my needs second today, and I'm going to change some lives? What do you think?
Well, I've asked myself that very question many times, and I've come to believe that just like great politicians, great business people have to set aside business at some stage, just to make sure they take care of issues that are at stake. And I think that's precisely what happened 10 years ago when Collen set up the foundation. And although he knew at the time that he was going to need a lot of help, a lot of support morally, financially, and otherwise, he also knew that people are most likely to join a bus that's in motion than one that is stationary. So he just got on with the dream, got on with the work. And 10 years later, we're all gathered here tonight to help celebrate a great journey. And I'm calling it a great journey, Lala, because throughout the night, we'll be sharing with them physical evidence of a lot of great work that the Collen Mashawana Foundation has successfully carried out over the period of the 10 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Tonight we're celebrating kindness, we're celebrating Ubuntu, we're celebrating all the people that have taken the time to, put themselves second, I suppose, and put the needs of others ahead of their own. Ladies and gentlemen, it's, like I said, a fantastic evening ahead of us. Let's get straight on with it. Before we introduce our very first reverend, I would like to just run some house rules. Of course, the bathrooms are to the far right and just around the corner on the left if you need them. And please use our social media handles. You'll find them on the pamphlets on your table, and our hashtag is CMF10. Please get tweeting. There is some incredible stories that we would love you to extend to your followers so we can get the word out there that there is such incredible work that is being done in South Africa, and it's the likes of Collen and of course all of you. All right, are you ready to do the honors?
Yeah, to get the show started tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on stage to welcome everybody and also open this great event with a prayer. The one and only Reverend Matebula. Let's go.
Ndimadekwane, good evening, Riperile, Sanbonan. What a privilege for me to come here and open this session with a word of prayer. But obviously, before I do that, I would love to say some few words to Collen and the whole foundation. Well done, my brother, well done for all that you continue to do for our country and for our people. You know, when he asked me to come and open with a word of prayer, I actually said some few words to him. I said, you have done well. I've known you as somebody who started life as a survivor, because there are 3 levels, in life. You start as a survivor, and most of us here, if not all of us, we started there, surviving, trying to put things together. And the beauty of that is that you graduate to the second S, which is the life of success. And most of us tonight, we are successful in this building. We are living our dream. But I've realized that most of us, we camp on that level of success. But with Collen, he decided to go to another level, which is the third S, a life of significance. How I pray and how I wish that God will give us those type of people who are not just going to be content in a life of success, because there is another level, which is the level of significance. What is the meaning of that? This is when you begin to live for others. This is where you live to better the lives of other people. This is where you live to prepare a better life for the next generation. And my prayer, ladies and gentlemen, it is based on that statement, that may the good God help us to move from the stage of surviving and to the stage of success. When we are in the stage of success, let us not camp there, but let us go to the stage of significance, where we begin to change the lives of people. In the words of the man himself, Nelson Mandela, he said, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. And a man by the name of Albert Pike, he put it in this way. He said, what we do for ourselves dies with us. What we do for others and the world remains and is immortal. I pray that we'll come to that level with our success and our blessings, where we begin to live for others and we make an impact, because when we are no more, your good works will remain and you'll be remembered and you'll be celebrated. May I ask you this evening, would you please stand on your feet as I'm going to say a word of prayer, and allow me to sing one stanza, of our national anthem, especially in this season where thousands and thousands of people in our beautiful country or beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal who are still struggling, with the floods that took the lives of their loved ones. And in my prayer tonight, Collen, I want us to include them and also to say thank you to all of you who have extended your hands and your love to them. That is what we do it as South Africans. Usebuluke ho, sebuluke, usebuluke ho, sebuluke, secha basa, Yesu. Sicha Basa, South Africa. Dear God, we come before you tonight. That is our prayer this evening. That God will look at Sichaba Sayesu, will look at this beautiful South Africa. We pray even as we begin this session, Father God, this event, with this quality of leaders in this building, I pray that, mighty God, you will take us from one level of success to another level of significance, where we live to better the lives of our people. I pray that as we journey together in this event where we are being challenged by our brother Collen, and together with the foundation, that a seed of mercy and the seed of love for the destitute will be planted in our hearts, so that we can wake up the next day and build this nation for the sake of the next generation. I pray for everybody who is here, oh God, that they will never camp into their success, but they will be elevated to the next level, where they no longer live for themselves, but to better the lives of the people of this country. I pray and I ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen and amen. Have a good evening. And some of us, we are working on Sunday. And if I don't finish the event, Wanamianga, and have mercy on me. But ladies and gentlemen, have a good one in Jesus' name. Thank you for this time.
Teacher Omohau Wamodimo Kikweta Ekaka Kikweta Ekaka Owikaba Ofe Ofe Mulomo Morimo ona onam pumani tilenga taseo tilenga taseo tale fatelena dinda ile kiferile kuto kiferile kuto kiriki
Matambo sangana wamemezu Ezekia eti matambo sangana
Omoya wenkosilena ay omoya wenkosilena
Yeah.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Whoa, let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Whoa. Let it shine. This light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, only Lord, put in my attention. Oh, only Lord, put in my attention. Only Lord, I just want put in my attention. Oh, oh, oh. Only Lord, put in my attention. Oh, only Lord, put in my attention. Only Lord, I just want put in my attention. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, Lord, if ever needed the Lord, you must try you need it now. Oh, try you need it now. You must try you need it now. If you ever needed the Lord before, try you need it now. We need it. If you ever needed the Lord before, try you need it now. Oh, try you need it now. You must try you need it. Oh, so if ever needed the Lord before, try you need it now. We need it.
gathered here to celebrate, to rewrite sick history, yes, make it right. Upholding they with skin that is held by the sun, making their names known. So I am here to pave way, asking you to please make way, for the spirit of Ubuntu is not dead. There is a people willing to resurrect a village. This message of hope came from a son whose hands is lathered by the soil and water of Venda. A humble soul, choosing to give without getting, give with the future in mind. It's been 10 years to be precise. He who leads with no fancy title, with clean motives for the needy. No, I am sent here to neither brag nor boast, but to remind you that good deeds often do not have a loud voice like evil, loud bangs and screams. But there is a man whose heart is beating to be a good Samaritan, a brother's keeper, creating a foundation that can only be a fountain of help, a founder of hope lit in many eyes and homes, reaching out to give, never to take away, to uplift, never to tear down, to unite, never to divide. Established in 2012, here to swallow the lump of poverty, the Collen Mashawana Foundation.
There we go. I'm back. Wow, what an incredibly inspiring poet. And what a beautiful way to start the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Soweto Gospel Choir. Aren't they phenomenal? Oh, goodness gracious me. I must tell you, there is incredible entertainment lined up. It's definitely going to be a party at the end of the evening, so make sure that you save yourself, because you're going to have to get your dancing shoes on as well in the evening. But right now, we, of course, are here to celebrate the Collen Mashawana Foundation, and who better to talk about it than his brother, Austin Mashawana, who is the Chief Operations Officer, as well as Ginny Hart, who is the Stakeholder Relations Manager, and they want to say a couple of words. So please give them a warm round of a welcome.
Sawubona Jini.
Njani?
Ngiyaphila njani?
That's all I got.
That's what you got.
That's all I got. Sorry.
Nda. I didn't hear that. Nda. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Austin Mashawana. I'm the COO of the Collen Mashawana Foundation.
My name is Jenny Hart, and I'm here from the United States as the stakeholder manager of the most amazing foundation I've ever been a part of.
Do you mean United States of Africa?
The United States of America.
Wow. The Collen Mashawana Foundation employ people from America. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please give Jeannie a round of applause?
Thank you. I'm excited. Collen Mashawana Foundation is going international this year. What an amazing, amazing thing for us to be a part of as we take on international. And speaking of that, Mr. Mashawana, you're looking very nice tonight.
Thanks to my wife.
Yes. I got the message that I was supposed to say you were the best looking of the Mashawana brothers. Was that right? Is that what you sent to me?
I don't know about that, but before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you this evening. I would like to greet the former president, Mr. Ian Khama, and his delegate from Botswana. Say we are welcome. I would also like to extend my greeting to the delegate that was sent by His Majesty King Misuzulu Gazwelithini Zulu, Prince Ayo, Prince Bambindlovu, Prince Mangaye, and I would also like to greet and welcome the Venda King, Botobera Gore, Mpapul Nda Arube. I would also like to welcome also the ministers, Minister of Social Development, the forever vibrant minister, Queen Ekotin, Miss Lindiwe Zulu. And I would also like to welcome the CIC, Mr. Silo Julius Malema. You're welcome, sir. The MECs in the house, and I also like to welcome the Honorable M.E. Mabalane, Mr. Silo Hatang from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and I would also like to welcome everyone in the house, all protocol observed.
Yes, we're so glad to have all of you here. What a privilege tonight to have you as a part of our 10-year anniversary. Every person in the room, we want to acknowledge you and let you know that we are blessed and we feel honored to have them here as a part of this great event. Why don't you give yourself a hand for being here tonight? You know, Austin, I've thought of so many amazing stories about the foundation and how it got started.
Yes.
Its original roots that actually started in Venda many years ago, when a young man named Collen used to give away his sandwiches after school to kids that didn't have any food. And so at the very core of how the foundation started was giving.
True.
It was a giving heart that God put into one individual that has now become many hearts that have a desire to give.
No, you're very right there, Ginny. So I'm here today, ladies and gentlemen, to give you a brief about the Collen Mashawana Foundation, on how it started and where is it going. So I'm not going to take much of your time. I'm just going to go straight to the point. So Collen Mashawana Foundation was formed in 2012 with the aim of assisting those who are disadvantaged in South Africa. So how we started the foundation, we used to actually go and collect clothes from friends and family, and also we'll buy bread. We'll take our young ones on a Sunday afternoon, and then we'll drive down to Hillbrow downtown, where in a place called Jubet Park. That's where a lot of homeless people stay, and then we'll then call upon them to get together, and then we'll hand out those old clothes that we've collected from their friends and family, and we'll also give them food. We then went to a stage whereby we used to provide the medical assistance to those we've met. We captured them on the database. We knew them by name, IDs, and cell numbers, and also the background of those people. So we then, at the later stage, provided guys that will come and motivate those guys. And then when we got there, we only find out that those guys are very skillful, in a point whereby in 2016, Collen Mashawana Foundation partnered with AfriBiz Invest, that is led by himself, which is the president, Collen Mashawana Foundation, and the executive director, Mr. Cecil Mashawana and Ms. Pongo Pule. We then decided to launch what we call a house appeal for those who live in urban and rural areas who do not have access to proper shelter. Up to so far, the foundation has managed to build over 270 houses nationally. Each and every...
Yeah.
The foundation has the national footprints, ladies and gentlemen. In all 9 provinces of South Africa, we've got an ambassador that is representing the Collen Mashawana Foundation. Isn't that nice? Can you give myself a round of applause now? Please give me a round of applause. I'm proud to say these guys that we have actually selected from each and every province, they are doing the work that you see and the work that you're going to see today in this screen.
Yes. You know, no foundation is at its best without volunteers and without people joining together, without businesses, communities, wherever you are coming together. So we are so thankful for our ambassadors who are in every province representing you, representing the foundation, and all of us.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. So, in addition to that, in this project of Hillbrow, there was called Sisonke Project. Collen Mashawana Foundation, together with AfriBiz Invest, managed to identify over 20 guys from that Sisonke project. Those guys were placed to work at AfriBiz Invest as bricklayers, electricians, and also plumbers. If I may say today that some of those guys are amongst us today here to celebrate this beautiful 10th anniversary for the Collen Mashawana Foundation.
You know, I think it takes, one of the things that we've learned throughout the history of the foundation is that it takes everybody doing something right where they are.
Sure.
That none of us are an island, none of us can accomplish everything by ourselves. So we feel such gratitude tonight for all of you in the room that have joined with us and are helping make the Collen Mashawana Foundation what it is today. It takes so many people. It takes all of you joining with us. So we want to say thank you.
The Collen Mashawana Foundation strictly focuses on 3 pillars, which is child-headed family, people that live with disability, as well as the abogogo nabomkhulu. We have adopted over 20 child centers, schools that were adopted nationally, as well as old age homes. If I mention few, we've got homes in Alexandra, homes in Soweto that we are looking after. Every month we go and make sure that those homes are well taken care of. We've got schools that we've adopted in Venda and also in Guyana that we provide uniform. We make sure that they've got access to computers and all the and everything that the school might need.
You know, I think one of the amazing things is that even during one of the most difficult experiences that we've all been through, the COVID pandemic, that the foundation was still out there on a weekly basis serving, just like many of you. And so I think one of the things that we took away from that was we can never let circumstances stop us from doing what we've been put here to do. Each one of you in this room have purpose. Each one of you in this room have a reason that God set you here. And I think the example that the foundation put forth during COVID to continue to fulfill purpose was so important.
Indeed, Ginny. Over the period of hard lockdown, the Collen Mashawana Foundation managed to put a smile over 12,000 people nationally by providing what a lot of you will call food parcels. But Tina, at Collen Mashawana Foundation, we call them grocery because it's full of a lot of essentials that you and me can use in our house for the period of a month. So can you please give the Collen Mashawana Foundation a round of applause? We then, in 2021, the Collen Mashawana Foundation launched what we call Madi Ashu. That's a name in Venda. That simply means amanzi, way to our water. We have launched...
Can I try and say that?
What do you want to say?
Madiaju.
Madiashu. I'm giving it to you. Yes. So we have launched what we call Madiashu, which is a water project that will assist those who live in the rural areas. So what we do is we provide them with clean water and make sure that they've got containers. So we have launched what we call CMF wheelbarrow containers. That is 100 liters. Back in the days, I grew up in the rural areas. Back in the days when our old ladies used to go and fetch water from the river, they used to carry the 25 liter on their head. As they walk on the gravel road, the water keeps on spilling. When they get home, they're at home with 15 liters. But with this Madiashu program, the Collen Mashawana Foundation gave Abogogo a wheelbarrow that will use nice and simple.
That's such an amazing thing to think about. I can tell you that coming from America, that this was such a strange thing for me to see, to experience. But when I saw the excitement and the joy on the faces of the Gogos, who were now able to get water back to their families easily, it was such an incredible experience.
No, indeed, Linda. So, in closing, I would like to thank our partners, social development that is led by Minister Zulu. Thank you very much for trusting us to make sure that we deliver what the Collen Mashawana want to deliver. I would like to thank the AfriBiz Invest for making sure that they fund us all the time whenever we need help. And then I would also like to thank all the partners, and also thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for honoring the invite this evening. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Approximately 55.5% of the South African population is living in poverty, of which 25% are experiencing food deprivation and 23% are without proper shelter and sanitation. The majority of citizens are still living in dire conditions, and poverty still remains one of the biggest challenges in South Africa. The most vulnerable are the child-headed households, the elderly, and disabled individuals. In light of this, the Collen Mashawana Foundation was established in 2012 to provide support and empower the vulnerable, less fortunate, and those with limitations. For the past 10 years, the foundation sought to transform lives, restore hope and dignity by providing adequate housing and eradicating poverty one brick at a time.
CMF focuses in a lot of intervention programs that aim to assist the elderly people, child-headed families, and those that are living with disabilities.
We are exposed to so many different people from different walks of life, and seeing some of the conditions that our fellow South Africans are living in actually reminds me of how fortunate we really are just to have a basic need of shelter.
We know that there's a lot of people who are in need or who wants, to be assisted, and we know that government can assist everyone at the same time. That's when the CMF comes in to bridge the gap. We're not in competition with government. We complement them, with whatever that we do.
The Collen Mashawana Foundation has been involved in various humanitarian activities. During the hard lockdown, the foundation fed more than 1,000 families through the COVID-19 relief program and donated thousands of PPEs in compliance with COVID-19 laws and regulations. The foundation also adopted a number of organizations, amongst which are the Sitandiwe Youth Disabled Care Center, Kasi Hero Foundation in Soweto, Hillbrow Sisonke Program, and the Vakoma Home to ensure those with limitations have access to proper housing and healthcare.
We have consistently worked in different communities looking for the elderly, the child-headed families, and those that are living with disabilities, and looking for ways to improve their lives, looking for ways to make their lives better.
A lot has been achieved in the past 10 years. Seeing the conditions of our people's life on the ground, we feel that we have to encourage or make sure that we get assistance that may come our way, so that we continue advancing the cause.
Since the inception of the foundation, I can safely say that the foundation has built more than 260 homes to date. The foundation is across South Africa, We've built houses in the Eastern Cape, we've built houses in KwaZulu-Natal. Currently, we are also busy building 8 houses in Kimberley. We've built houses also in Gauteng. The list goes on and on, but I can safely say that yes, the foundation has built more than 260 homes across South Africa.
Nna ka lebitso ke Upa Emmanuel Letsholo. Ke tlile mona ka selemo sa 2012 o so ka awa dintlo so ka ba le nexile ska nga fela ra tla le mikhukhu a se re tlo dula mona 2012 ya ba ile hore dintlo di qala o ahwa mona ka bo 2015 so ha ntse di awa 2015 ya ba ile hore nna ntse ke salletse morao ba qala ntlo ka 2018 ke government ai aha ai sia e sa qetwa ya ba ile hore ntse ke dua mkhukhung o ile ngoro o kenela metsi so ke leboha hore Collen Mashawana o la nthusa ka 2020 hore ntlo ena e qetwe because ho no le bima ne ke dua ka ra metsi ha nna tswele pele a thuse batho ba bang a ska fela mo ho nna le nkgono.
The foundation has helped us a lot because it also gave us a safe haven, a peaceful place to study and a peaceful environment and a room of my own where I could do my things in my own personal space, and it also provided me and my brother with a house that we didn't have.
My journey with the foundation has been one of the most incredible experiences of my life. It's something I'll never ever be able to put into words adequately, to know that I have a small part in making people's lives better and fulfilling dreams.
There is no amount of joy that can be compared to the joy one feels when getting a new home.
Siqale njange February manje. So sineza February ne March. Mayiphela iMarch. Mina ngizoba ngikungeza isikhiya sendwenja. Okay. Yeah. Right lenda ngomkhulu.
We make sure that we do not break our promise. When we come to you and promise that we're going to build you a house, we're definitely going to build you a house.
Ngasikhathi bazonginika indlu ngazizwa ngijabule kakhulu ngathi ngiyaphupha ngiqala kusho ngiyaqala kuyolala endlini yesitina solo ngakhulela emkhukhwini ngaze ngahlala nasemkhukhwini sengimdala ngaba ngathi ngiyaphupha kuCollen Mashawana ngicela ukuthi ungathi angaqhubeka ngalento ayenzile nawabanye asize njengoba asize mina nomkhukhu ngathi angadlula uNkulunkulu ambusise akhule angakhokhobe.
Ugogo una 104. So indlu le uButcollen bayenza ugogo baqala ngephathi yakagogo. Ugogo bekana 101 bamenzela iphathi ehulweni. Yathi mabasuka lapha bazomakhela indlu bekana 102 bayakha indlu. So manje una 104. Siyabonga Butcollen. Sibonga kakhulu umsebenzi wakho muhle ngathi ungachubekela phambili ubayakhele abantu.
The 10-year Collen Mashawana Foundation journey will not have been possible without the support of its strategic partners.
We have actually partnered with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, which is, we all know that they're doing great work, and also Department of Social Development. Those are the partners, from the government.
The Collen Mashawana Foundation also provides mental and emotional support to those in need through the mentoring and empowering initiatives for the likes of the Walter Sisulu Child and Youth Center. The foundation is working tirelessly and vigorously in creating a better tomorrow for the people of South Africa. In 2019, the foundation extended a hand to the victims of the floods in Mamelodi, which destroyed over 700 shacks. Currently, the foundation is supporting those devastated by the recent floods in KZN to bring relief and impact hope.
My hope for the future of the foundation is that may our chairman not give up on what he's doing. I mean, he inspires a lot of us, and only a few have that much capacity to help people that he's helping. So, I mean, my hope is that may he never give up, and may he continue inspiring and aspiring the youth so that we learn from him and also follow his steps.
The heart of giving should really be for all South Africans.
We're only at our best when we're giving. That if we're not giving to others, if we're not using our life to serve community, to serve our nation, to serve the people around us, then what we're doing doesn't matter so much.
As the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. So we call on everybody from all walks of life to come and pitch in where they can. It does not always have to be money, but time. We forget how important time is and how just a simple hello to a person can change their day.
I believe for us to be able to change the world, we must change the world that we've got access to. We must change the world that is at our disposal. And that world is what we come across every single day. To be part of the Collen Mashawana Foundation, I always say to those that are closest to me that they are Collen Mashawana and I am Collen Mashawana, and the next person who has a similar heart to us is Collen Mashawana. So Collen Mashawana is everyone who has a good heart and who has a heart of helping the next person. So to join us and join our journey, which we have now traveled for 10 years, you don't have to be at the Collen Mashawana Foundation offices. You can be in your office, you can be in your own home, you can be in your own space, you can be in your own car. You know, when you come across someone who needs help, you have to unleash that heart, the heart of Collen Mashawana, the heart of giving, the heart of loving, the heart of looking after your neighbor, looking after your fellow brother, your fellow sister, looking after a stranger. And I believe that's the world we need to change.
Never underestimate the difference you can make in the lives of others. Step forward, reach out, and help.
Okay, I'm sure after watching this very powerful testimonial video, we now have a fairly good picture of what the Collen Mashawana Foundation has been doing in the past 10 years. One of the strongest narratives that's beginning to come out is that Collen himself has managed to attract plenty like-minded organizations and individuals, such as the Department of Social Development, the Nelson Mandela Foundation, from whom we're still going to hear later on in the evening. And it is that whole collaborative effort that is creating this entire ripple effect that makes the Collen Mashawana Foundation do all of this great work. Now, if you've just joined us, I'm sure you can see it for yourself that there's quite a bit that you have missed already, including quite a rousing performance by the Soweto Gospel Choir. Collen was saying to me, or reminding me rather, about what a multi-award winning group the Soweto Gospel Choir is. They've won 3 Grammys, 3 South African Music Awards, and plenty of other awards along the way. The Collen Mashawana Foundation is 10 years old. They are 20 years old, and they count amongst some of the great iconic celebrities, people like former President Mandela, the late Bishop Tutu, people like Oprah Winfrey, Quincy Jones. These are some of the people who have been part of their audience along the 20-year career that they have been. So, going forward, we just want to relax a little bit and ease things just a touch. We have a great comedy performance that's coming up with Mr. Mashabela. And whilst he's giving us that twist of his comedy, there'll be some starters that we'll be serving you. Enjoy.
I said I
Collen Mashawana Foundation fundraising gala dinner is proudly sponsored by the following organizations: Mbokoro Building, AECI, Embassy of China in South Africa, Department of Social Development, AfriBiz Invest, City Lodge Hotel Group, AfriBiz Infrastructure, 98 Degrees Trudoc, AfriBiz Building, AfriBiz Construction, Vava Construction, Telcolink, Cranberry Events, Kenna Foundation, Sechabello Trading, Moja Love, Techvolution, Booth Champagne Bar and Lounge, Morangi Productions, Jaira Construction and Projects, and Mowana Properties.
You're not you. Cheers.
I said I really don't understand.
You wanna hurt me, baby. Cheers. Go put the X out. You're not my way. Cheers. Hey, my piano been ticking it. You're not my way. I was under the impression that things got better, baby. But things are always what they seem. I got home, I found your letter, baby. Get something, tell me this is just a dream. You're not my way. All the time when you were feeling down, and I was the only one around. Never made a sound that's gotta mean something. Yeah, there to calm your feels, even when you try to tease. Day by day, that thing just gotta mean something. It's for the DJ. Before Kirupu Java to the ex Javon. Before divorce. Lishapu mal. Agree. Kikumani memorandum. Mara azma mbuchuru to wala maho. So Jogu Jaka. Kopela ma form 5. Cause the ma form 5 is translating. Cause Joke just wadia boraka weekend. For why did the chicken cross the road? For what? We better know what yes, Kwaki, you'll get it on your way home. Upatage. Naturally, Limpopo. I don't know about knock knock. Who's there? Call Limpopo, give her knock knock dry. So I get what you make a joke, Jama Hwadia, but I'm going to accommodate. I'm gonna like for real, eh? Ertomen Kamo Baba Upatela. The Honoria joke just hold. Because I did white jokes before Gideon Venek. There's one thing, there was this one time, because Soweto Vanala Wine Festival. Imagine Soweto Wine Festival. And black people and wine, we don't click. So there were more than 400 wines there. But Sowetans, they chose one wine, 4 Kazin. And the way we taste wine, we don't taste wine like white people. White people taste wine different. They can write an essay about wine. Oh, Sauvignon Blanc, Shiraz. It needs a warm temperature. And the way they taste wine, they smell the aroma. And they take a sip and they pour it in the bucket.
ba o botse gore ke eng e seng daki ko Soweto pho chela re nwe motho o betha gulp a fetsa sour, very sour. But we keep on dying, and one thing I like about white people, when they go out drinking, they're always fighting over paying the bill. Unlike us, white people, when they go out, they fight over paying the bill. No, it's on me, don't worry, it's on me. No, I've got this, it's on me, I've got it. It's in Dagi Kokonga. Even I'm fed up will trot on rocks without no ice. The way time I get double tot on rocks without no ice. A Billy Tamobancha calculator. Heaven. Unwile check I can't take him away to check I mean. Hey. And I like how white people reprimand their kids. Like, hey, Jonathan, you've got enough twice already. But I come along. Hey, don't do this to me. Kimaho. Basadi wa bodaki I try to divorce ana ko Jonathan hey one way to fela o mongangishe well futsek so nikebelela ke re modimo a ka selfe ka moka I'm the only comedian mo South Africa ya o tlhoka sex appeal lambona lena moruti le ba re motho bopile ka sefatlho sa modimo o bona modimo wena mo. And then now they go straight to the point. Or God, I want a car. God, I want a house. That's it. But now ukaro go chile Jesu. Ukaro tseba Jesu personally. Mudimu wa Israel. Mudimu wa Jacobo, mudimu wa Khepita. Kisho mudimu libele char get to the point when. Kinya kwa araba di tapelo. And Murutu Kija go something. Lojicha Bible, Nara di Sugela. I don't know what Dagi go Bible. If no na Dagi no to Bomalima verse 1. What the same name it's a Bible, I don't know Dagi. And what Loji di Tailongo Bible in Dagina see. There's a scripture Yamatomatom, Adam and Eve. Aja Apola, Awana Adama, if he's a par. Because oh my God, wow, if you're naked, what are we gonna do? Eva, are you thinking what I'm thinking? The following day, go Jerusalem, the morning after bill. No, can I prove your but Dagine was so go by William Murut? I go Yago but Moses who Tileko Hepeta and Chavanaba Hepeta Ali one. Abaisha to the promised land. Kill a whole amount. Not Utolofita. Hi guys, I'm here to fetch you. But wow, Moses, our hero. Are you for real? Bamushalam Rao, Bahakulana Bamaho. Oh, Moses, our hero, Moses, our hero. Then Babonalo Watabar. How are we gonna cross? And with the power of the Lord, I shall open the ocean. Alibula, wakorona daki. Batsila, Warupet Batsila, eh? Are South Africa, Batsila, Batsila. If no need daki, never to meet a Bramos. Afita go Jerusalem, Marker Latile, but Walata Mawena. But say what Dagir question everything. Ali one bar, okay, Aramashalem Rao, Karwa lawyer, Moses. I wanna le white bar. Ha, Rena mates, Rena Moses. Arar beche metzanga bul. Atomaki Moses wadak. Archesla postla. Pim sakar pim. Apalla kwa bula. Bar ritivil. Arkitabula yuang. Omo jile kolo bana. Omo jile kolo. Ya linda kiromeche kimudimo bamo. I was just saying, that's why I get Muruti, Banano Mutu, Pilagas Fatlo, somebody, I really need. Generation had go on Jeffel like a Mashavel. Lily Tsulunyan Libamba, Nana Camolo, and Papa, Utana Lin. Recabula support group, Yadi Cob. Mara ntho ke itsebang ka dikobo re ruteile. Ke sure o ruteile papa because we don't have something to fall back on. You need to work hard. That's why most of educated people batswa Limpopo, especially from Venda, because ba bono ramo kakati. The team ka mga di na le Miss Kaiser Chiefs, Miss Orlando Pirates, a ona Miss part. Ba zamile bo Suzanne ba ta ka di botries ba so ba ngena. O check le ka di graduation, ko di varsity, distinction, 90% maths and science. O check esifahlelo sa ona mela stage. Ba toro fulo wa mo kwebo. A o bone esifahlelo bona bura ina mela ire. O kusharo motho ruteile o. So that's why ke re modimo a ka se re fe ka moka. Ba le ba ditšeng kwa bo mmao ba le ya. A ona selo. Le bona ba tseba shemo. E re ke ba check. Re ta kwa di qualification. Mmao accept the week itšeli di a mo philo. How are you doing when o ka re tswa workshop ya o just start and o meka na le sona o bona ba o rutia ba di doctor a ka se tshwara le ka letso ba ona ba ntsunyana ka mo morao ba ka sa minister today go for break no like ke bone miriri ya o ka re not tonight the devil is a liar not to send back kara wa mara mau le promise to lo change saloon ke lo manyalo onya go bona re minister a utsu chelete o bona ka hairstyle a green ke le di wiki wa bona re mo ke di wiki mara wa mona mare na ai mona mo a o berekeng. But I was just saying, modimo a ka se re fe ka moka. Generation ya dikobo ke blame di parents tša rena ke blame modimo. Kgopela no if o bona gore o sekobo tloela o tšola le sekobo a re naaneleng bana. Ntse ke a o fila lucy ke a o fila wa motho le sekobo ngwana o tlo sokola o tshwana ka mokgwa re sokotseng ka wena. O gola le sekobo a se papadi gale re di bona. Mara sekobo nto nkgatlhang ka ngwana sekobo a se lwale. Ke bile 10 years ke sena khathi ya clinic. Le khona no paraffin for attention ka gae. Parents ja ka di changeana ka nna ko mollo ba re motshware. Timer ra leader motshware 10 minutes. O leader ra ikwishe ke tswa le ena Shoprite. Go primary to west. Ba fa di example ka wena. Ba rata ma yellow bone ma teacher. Ba re monna le yellow bone ba hey, who's gonna be our Jesus today? Ka Easter ba kgethe monna le yellow bone. Wa kgethe papao. Hey, Jesus come here. Every sona le tedu tša Jesu wena. Aba fetša ba nyake Satan, ba re Satan, Mashabela, o mo kae? So ke jaga rije, ke ska le khamisha dijo, ke tlo boa ka moraonyana. Ke kgone wa accommodate le magoa papa. Hey DJ, are you mo? And it's nice to be here. Like when I look at charity, they are close to my heart. So I can nwele one day, ke kwele moringa, ka re ke ta walk from Joburg to Limpopo. Hey, ka walk up. Ke re ke di la charity every day o lapile. Ba phone ba re letla kae ka charity. Ke re never again, umpono umpolai. Didn't ke fela khopela lift ke re le ka no latha mo kopane mo. So DJ khopela mo re betse ka koshe ke ta bua ka moraonyana. Ya le bua thank
Under the impression that things got better, baby. But things aren't always what they seem. When I got home, I found your letter, baby. this love would last. How could you forget the past? And I was the only one around. I heard your voice and never made a sound. Doesn't that mean something? Yeah. I was always there to calm your fears, and even when you cried, I dried your tears. Day by day, year after year. Doesn't that mean something? I don't love you, I missed the mark. So it all comes down to love. Stephanie, come and join me on this, wherever you are. Oh. We're gonna teach you this song. Come on, sing, sing it. I said, oh, 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 it all comes down to love. Oh, 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 that's the only word. Let's sing it again now. I said, oh, 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 it all comes down to love. Oh, oh. Michael, you can come join me on stage too. Listen. Said talking heads talking to us on the television. Silver screen preachers, politicians say they got the answers first. They want to squeeze us. Send a little money, what a tax on Jesus. Fix it with the prayer, fix it with the dollar. Anybody out there ever want to holler? Oh, 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 it all comes down to love. Oh, 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 that's all I want to say is oh, oh, I can't hear you. It all comes down to love. Oh, oh, oh. Second verse says, self-help guru got a bestseller. Talk show host got a drag queen bank teller. 1-900, look into the crystal. DNRA says you better buy a pistol. Made a little pill, but it might cause cancer. Just a cheap thrill when looking for the answer. Now tell them the answer. Oh, 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 oh. It all comes down to love. Oh, oh, oh. You loving me loving you. Oh, 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 oh. It all comes down to love. Oh, oh, oh. Third verse says, suits on Wall Street, they make another million. Dinner on the back street, talking to your children. You cry for help, nobody listens. You lay awake at night, wondering what's missing. Who can put an end to all the confusion? Open up your heart to the only solution. Oh, oh, oh. Remember it all comes down to love. Oh, oh. Say it again, say it again, say oh, oh, oh. It all comes down to love. Oh, oh. Last verse, when I was Africa, I said, sing it up in Joburg, tell it in Soweto, sing it in the gold mine, and in the ghetto, the blood of Hector Peterson, crying for apartheid, tell it in Washington, the dream will not die. Bishop Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, they only want to tell you, they only want to tell you, oh, 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 then it all comes down to love, yes it does. Don't ever forget it, oh, we got to love one another, down to love, yes it does. God bless you. Thank you. God bless you. It all comes down to love.
Di butsanyira le bona
Wakati muimbi akoya kujananga mitsindo atakwa ndumi na sulumi upangei mafuni matsuku hamashamba chivangani utachi tupisa busenga bunambi yawe undipfa buseni amusina chawe tamburoni yaidivanga utsura tamburoni ngana taba usina ndinyi ativambiri yanga na buyanga asibanga asibatundi wa mabutu mutami na mutacheresi wananelirakana asika kunyereza dzibalawe na musidzana abona zona kangwani Afrika na musi upfumakadzi kabana batulu bamalume bakoti na zikaradzi katina tebura makadzi ariyo shoma rakoko bandizone batopfa uchipfi ngango bahumela mrau bahaka matorokisi apfana lukungula lwa chandaiya chandabuya karibon lafu mafenda kabunambia makadzi
Tanikolongonya we kama ito nikolongonya shoo hara tanikolongonya we tanikolongonya Nikolongonya di madekwana di menang likai awusheni minjane. My name is Makazi. I am the most beautiful girl in the world, and today I'm here. Aye Makazi, aye hey Piche. shisa wena. Oh Lolo. Oh Lolo. Ekulabe. 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 Ekulabe ni wanyala. Ekulabe ni wanyala. Ekulabe ni wanyala. Ni wanyala. Ini mungana wano wamfunane. Ini mungana wano wamkotane. Ini mungana wano wamfunane. Ini mungana wano wamfunane. Wana chomia weno yanerhana mino. Wana chomia wena yanerhana mino. Hebula kweni wonya wala. Haitani pala. Pagodan negani. Hafuna negani. Swanda. Let's go. Hebula kweni. Alma. Mungana wanu ni mumuza. Fare sabumba. Mungana wanu ni mumuza. Fare sabumba. Mungana wanu ni mumuza. Funesa ziporoto. Funesa ziporoto. Nanda futini mumuza. Funesa honeymoon. Funesa honeymoon. Mungana wanu ni mumuza. Funesa ziporoto. Funesa ziporoto. Nanda futini mumuza. Funesa. Are you guys there? If you know this song, let's sing along together. Karimba rote. Akribar divana mara karimba rote. Hurry. Sure. Varudivana. Sure. Let's go, Let's go. Tangaza muchalo. kana mazavukuma hayi mani atikokhola otonga mwana muthu wawo afethu ayehe makhasi ayi hey tishe
Put
ndikhomela mwana mungwana esizo zikochimbira nane esizo zikochimbira asokori mwawo phela murena abathomengane ayehe makasi ayehe ndere mwawo phela murena bashithoma musa bathomengane DJ zabude bodi afa pethui ndikhomba na batho bombidzawo na mose ba mashawana uri uchithoma khaode bo thome na bone sisebo zichimbile zibanakele azonekane abantu dibakana lulimbo abantu dibi luri hoyo ngwawo phela murena abantu dibi bachithoma musa ba uthomengane ngauri mini ngauri zibuya tabakondeleri yazuya DJ let's go sawera go sawera harwa miangawe harwa so Let's go, Costa. Say Makasi, we wanna party. Makasi, we wanna party. Let's go, Costa, and shut. Costa. Aha. Wanda rashuwa she. Bora hobangabe. Barengele rime. Bora hobangabe. Barengele rime. Bora hobangabe. Barengele rime. Barengele rime. Bora hobangabe. Barengele rime. Bora hobangabe. Barengele rime.
Nismeranga nisarenge nisarenge kanini shumera nganga we nisatisi bora ubanga barengele bora ubanga barengele bora ubanga barengele bia bora ubanga barengele bora ubanga barengele bora ubanga barengele bia kaneni shumera nganga we nisarenge shizun kaneni shumera nganga we nisarenge
One more time. Let's go, sure.
Which is someone with DJ Colby.
Makazwa borine. Limpiche mafla. Kinisapula, kahemisapula. Ndobe bachenda uri mvula ime. Kipe kuchisi takuri pula yeme. Limpiche mafla.
Limpiche mafla. Let's go, Kosa.
Shapula, ndobe bachenda uri mvula ime. Kipe kutisi shakuri mvula yeme. Yanda simuloi, yesi chosarena.
Let's go, Kosa on a shot.
Ndari simuloi, juvelo ya rene.
Zwanda.
Namba na nintonipe.
Kosa.
Namba na nintonipe.
Kosa wana. Let's go, Kosa.
Chichida kalunya sonde akaeza.
One more time, let's go. Namela ude Limpopo, baridi uya kamanda, Isamba yedi uya Limpopo, yokina ga udodi. Namela ude Limpopo, baridi uya kamanda, Isamba yedi uya Limpopo. Namela ude Limpopo, baridi uya kamanda. Mohale, let's go. If you know this song, come and dance with me. Ere, 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 ere. Aye, Makasi, aye, hey. Let's go. We're going that side. Let's go. Kwasawara. Chia haka matoro kisi. Hey. Haka. Let's go, Kwasa. Haka matoro kisi. Chimera chia haka matoro kisi. Haka matoro kisi. Chimera chia haka matoro kisi. Haka matoro kisi. Haka na muwa kati mare. Chia haka matoro. Let's go, Costa. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Arba!
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause. The Queen, Makadzi. Woo! Shout out to the dancers as well, guys. My goodness gracious me. Wow. What an evening this is turning out to be. We did tell you it was going to be a night to remember, but I don't think that guy in the audience was ever ready. Nah, he was not ready. All right. Shoo, just a little taste of what's still yet to come this evening. All right. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce to you a man. Well, you can't really think of real estate and not mention T.T. Mba. Yes, I'm sure he's well known on the social media streets, but he is also a very incredible man. He is such a talent, whether it be in the creative field and, of course, in the real estate market. And ladies and gentlemen, they have partnered together with the foundation. And, of course, we ask him to come up and share a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for T.T. Mba.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tato Mba, and I'm the founder of a company called Mzansi Cribs. We are so delighted to actually share the stage and actually celebrate 10 years of the Collen Mashawana Foundation and the work that they've done. Changing lives and restoring the dignity of our people is something that is very close to us. So we partnered with them on season 2 of the Mzansi Cribs Makeover Show. And bringing them on board as our construction sponsor has actually increased the value of the show. And also not just the makeover, but the lives that we've been able to touch in the past 2 years. And we look forward to actually engaging with the Collen Mashawana Foundation for season 3. And I'm hoping that Collen and Cecil, you guys are ready for season 3 because we're going national. We've been limited to Gauteng because of budget constraints, as you would know. But for season 3, we think it's time that we go to the rest of the province and actually touch more lives. And we know we want to support your One Brick at a Time campaign as well through the Mzansi Cribs Makeover team. And I just want to wish you guys 10 more years of success, of prosperity as you continue to change lives one brick at a time. Asbonge. Danko.
Well, it honestly is incredible to see all these amazing and inspirational people. I must say, I feel very honored to be in this room this evening. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next person we'd like to introduce, well, I'd like to introduce, is not just a beautiful face, but one with a beautiful heart to match. I came across her many, many years ago when she was doing phenomenal work as a human rights defender, an activist for many children and people who had not very much. She took her own time and created incredible movements within South Africa, and she is here with us tonight. I'm so excited to introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our beautiful Miss Constantinides.
Some people like falling in. Some people like talking about you and me. You know, baby, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Thank you so very, very much. What an honor it is to be here this evening. I would like to share with you a few thoughts on active citizenship, something to leave you with. I want to ask you, how do you show up in the world? We are here today because of how one man decided to show up. When we talk about nation building, citizenship, and a collective future, what are the questions that we ask ourselves before we attempt to hold government accountable and leaders who are in positions of power? Before we ask them the many questions that we always have as citizens of any community or collective, what is it that we do ourselves? My name is Catherine Constantinides, a very proud South African, a humanitarian, social justice activist, and human rights defender for the people of Western Sahara. We're quick to ask of others what it is that we're not prepared to do ourselves. We always look for external answers to sort out the challenges, flaws, and the brokenness of our society, and the immeasurable challenges, but not often enough do we pause to reflect on the enormity of the individual contribution that can and must be made. I constantly question the world that we live in, our daily contribution, and our ability to not only pass through this one precious life, but to add value, create value, and contribute to the very corner of the world that we occupy. It's not about a fancy corner office, a fancy title, a business card. It's about what you do from where you are every single day. It is about the change that you choose to make in this one precious life that we get to live. Active citizenry requires each and every one of us to play our part, to do the hard graft, and to understand that we don't live in a perfect world. But as a young democracy, there is so much work that must be done, and it requires commitment, it requires sacrifice, and it asks of us to be vulnerable and create safe spaces in which we can learn, unlearn, and relearn, understanding that our differences and the power of the multitude of each and every one of us makes us who we are. I would like to ask you to think about the fact that we always discuss what kind of South Africa we would like to live in. But how often do we discuss the kind of South Africans that we wish to be? It is one thing for us to externalize all of these things that we hope for, but it's in how we show up every single day, how it is that as citizens we serve the very communities that we live in. There are pockets of excellence that inspire hope, and they are the flickers of light in the darkness. This evening we have had a glimpse of the many opportunities in the lives of people that this foundation has touched. They are the hope and the inspiration. How many of you know the name of the man who you drive past at the corner robot every single day? How many of you know where there is a community garden or farm where you can support a local farmer in your community, as opposed to buying packaged products that come very often from somewhere else? Have you ever thought how it is that we only understand who our ward councillors are when there's an election, but how many of us followed up to speak to that ward councillor when the lights didn't work, when there's running water in our streets? We need to be better citizens in this country. We need to understand that we too have an immense role to play. We need to amplify the example and the great examples that do exist in our country. We saw this past week where the foundation, supported by the Nelson Mandela Foundation, arrived in KZN, there to support, there to be of value, and to see what was needed on the ground. Last year during the looting, there were people that went and helped, people that were there to support affected communities. We need to ask ourselves, how do we harness the power of being South African in those moments every single day? Citizens that stand up and don't ask who is going to do it, but stand up, step forward and say, we're going to find a solution. Community food gardens that exist, that take fresh produce into homes and clinics. Gogos that turn their shacks into libraries in the middle of the worst townships and communities in our country. We need to take our example from these unsung heroes. These are the names we may not know, but they are the cogs that turn the wheels of the very South Africa that we are all proud to live in. It's important for us to ask ourselves how we show up. There is one man inspired by what he saw and felt an obligation to do something. Collen, tonight we don't only honor you, but the immense team behind you that make this foundation what it is. 10 incredible years, but 100 more to come. Because you will be leaving a legacy behind that will, in many, many decades to come, look back at the immense contribution that one individual could make to change the world. Tonight we honor and applaud you, and we are inspired by how you and your team decide to show up in the world. It is our individual action that impacts the collective. Are we running away from the darkness, or are we running towards the light? We need to be intentional. We need to readjust our mindsets in order to understand that we all have so much to give from where we are. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Much. Can we give Catherine another round of applause, please? Thank you, thank you. In fact, listening to Catherine speak, you can literally sense that she's got a very strong sense of belief in the Collen Mashawana Foundation and the work that they have done in the past 10 years. Listening to TT, you can also find out that there is a whole community that's coming together and circling around to support the work of this foundation. It actually reminds me of what they always say, that one of the greatest assets any one of us can have in this lifetime is to have people who believe in you. And this is so clear tonight. Now, it makes all of us feel quite honored to be here, because as we leave this hall later on tonight, I'm sure all of us will feel deep down in our hearts a very strong sense of challenge to go and do something that will change somebody's life. Now, in that way, we create legacies. And talking of legacies, there are legacies, and then there are legacies. In the South African context, at least, there is no legacy that is as enviable as that of our former liberator and former president, Nelson Mandela. And I must say, presiding over a foundation that is set up to keep the memory of such a colossal soul, it must be a responsibility second to none. I'd like you to join me now as I invite the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, Mr. Silo Hatang. He's going to come and share with us some of the collaborations they've been able to execute jointly with the Collen Mashawana Foundation. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I hope you know that I'm an honorary member of the Soweto Gospel Choir. They also don't know, but they will know because I just sent a note saying I'm going to join. I need to tell you that Makazi got the former president off there, she then asked me if I can join her at the next performance somewhere in Soweto. But after seeing her drop down to the floor, I changed my mind. So I'd rather do what I'm doing now. Former President Khama, Minister Zulu and Minister Kubai, MMCs and other government officials, Ntate Sello Julius Malema, Your Royal Highnesses here present, our donor community. You know, Bomoreg, you have to mention them by name, guys. because I saw a couple of them here. So I have to make sure that they are happy when they live here. So AECI, we bow. Old Mutual Foundation, represented by Osfigile Klase. And then if I missed you and you are a donor, I apologize ahead. I'll come give you a hug. Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I think it would be remiss of me not to start with the KZN disaster. We send our condolences, deepest condolences to the families who lost everything. Some of them came to us when we were in KZN with Figile Klase, and they would hug us and say, I walked out with what I'm wearing, and this is all I have. Like a tapestry that gets cut and a beautiful blanket comes out, we hope that we will be part of the knitting process to knit their lives together. We cannot begin to even imagine the pain and the wounds that are unseen, because at the moment we are addressing things we can see that have been damaged. Your woundedness kind of represents our woundedness as a nation. And from rubble we hope you will rise to be the brightest stars in South Africa. Like a phoenix, you must rise and claim your greatness as a province and hopefully represent that which we want to then have. In order for that phoenix to rise, as you know, from its own ashes it must rise, but it must first burn. And KZN has been burning a bit, and I'm hoping that some key lessons will be learned and unlearning will also take place. I want to quote Roy Bennett, where he says, learn to light a candle in the darkest moments of someone's life. Be the light that helps others see. It is what gives life its deepest significance. Close quote. As I move on to tonight, I need to tell you that we were introduced to the Collen Mashawana Foundation by Ntate Clive Mboyi, an SABC journalist who is here tonight, in fact. And he made a call, he came to interview me at the office, and after the interview I told him, hey, I'm stuck, dude. I've been trying to raise funds to build a home for 2 orphans in Mpumalanga. So Clive confidently said, I know the guy who will build the house. So he then gave me Collen Mashawana. He said, let me call him first and then I'll give you his number, which he did. The man just said yes. But when I first saw him, I must tell you, it didn't inspire confidence. Because he was wearing white overalls in an activation that needed you to be dirty. And there's shoes that I've asked to be put up, because this shows you how, there's 3 photos that I've asked to be put up. It shows you how the Collen Mashawana Foundation goes to the field. They wear white, I'm hoping the photos will show up. They wear white overalls with white shoes in KZN in the mud. They knew what they were going to. They were wearing white shoes. And I thought, I hope that those photos will show up to show you how one of the brothers, who says he's the most beautiful of all of them, will show how it happens. But then, what I want to tell you is that you're never too young to change and impact the lives of others. Collen Mashawana was 31 years old when he formally established the foundation. At 31, just think about it, a legacy was built. So as I was thinking about how to honor tonight, I then challenged my family, my 2 kids and my wife, and I asked them for words. What does Collen Mashawana represent in your view? And they gave me words, just gave me random words, and I want to throw them back at you. Generosity, genuine representation of humanity, loving indiscriminately, welcoming, strength, enthusiasm, righteousness, gracious, modest, humility, fearless, nation builder, glue, and driven. So out of that, I then decided that maybe I should, don't tell them I didn't use their words, by the way, but at least they contributed to what you are about to hear. So I chose 10 words that for me represent Collen Mashawana and the Mashawana Foundation. And by the way, as I do so, I want to also remind you that each word, sometimes it's a word, other times it's a hashtag. Just come with me. The first one is honorable. Honorable in your dealings with people, particularly the poor. Remember, a promise made is a debt unpaid. Tshepiso ga e tlhabise ditlhong ka Setswana. Collen remembers that and always knows that to be honorable to people is to make a promise and know that you will deliver on that. Restoring dignity of our people should always reign supreme. Poverty can be humiliating, and Collen knows that. That's why he does the work that he does. In a world that keeps taking, of leaders who take, they give to those who can't even give them anything in return. They don't even remember their names in most instances in order to restore both dignity and pride in our people. They are service-oriented, servant leaders. They are compassionate. The pain of our fellow citizen should always be like your own. As Batswana say, matlo khosha mabapi. They understand that very well. With compassion, you can go far. He's driven and unstoppable. In your quest to do good, you always just go out to those who can't be recognized by many. Determination to lift others as you rise is part of your legacy. Enthusiastic at times when you think he should be despairing. Passionate about development of our people. He's a nation builder and glue, as I said, rebuilding the lives of people whose houses have been destroyed in some instances, never having had a house. And he understands that it's not an act of charity, but a call of justice. In other words, you restore because you know it's a call of justice. Kindness and caring, because a dreamer and an optimist, but actually, he also understands that dreams without hard work come to nothing. And I hope that we all always understand that dreaming and actually making those dreams come true can never be the same thing if you don't work hard. The last word that I want to leave you with is hope. I can see at the corner of my eye, I see my Tutu fellow, Catherine, saying, I wouldn't have left the stage without mentioning this. It's true, because I truly believe that hope is what we all have and should always try to live up to. Now I want to quote two people that I respect hugely on this subject of hope. One is Václav Havel, who once said, and I quote, I'm not an optimist because I'm not sure that everything ends well, nor am I a pessimist because I'm not sure that everything ends badly. I just carry hope in my heart. Hope is the feeling that life and work have a meaning. You either have it or you don't, regardless of the state of the world that surrounds you. Life without hope is an empty, boring, and useless life. I cannot imagine that I could strive for something if I did not carry hope in me. I'm thankful to God, he says, for this gift. It is as big as life itself. The last one that I want to quote, of course, looking at Collen and the two brothers, Austin and Cecil, they know me to always say, as Madiba said. In a letter Madiba wrote to his two daughters in 1969, Minister Kubai, Madiba says in that letter, and I paraphrase him because I didn't have the letter at hand when I came up. So he says, as I paraphrase part of the letter, I know you miss me so much and you want to know when I will come back. You'll remember that a white judge had said I should die in prison. I don't believe him because I believe that I'll come out of prison and live the rest of my living years with you in happiness. Then he goes on and say, I know that I've heard that Zenani can cook chips, rice, meat, and many other things. I'm looking forward to the day when I'll be able to eat all that she cooks. In a letter I wrote to you in 1966, I reminded you that I've been sentenced here for life, but I'm looking forward to rejoining you soon, he says. Then he ends off by saying, don't worry about me now. I'm happy, I'm well, full of strength, and hope. I told you the letter was written in February 1969. Madiba had only served 7 years in prison. He still had 20 more years to go. If he didn't lose hope, and he kept on writing that over and over to say that he carried that as an ancestor of hope, who are we to lose that hope? May the gods of Africa look after the Collen Mashawana Foundation. May they blow some wind under your wings as they tire. May your knees always carry the weight that you always carry on your shoulders as you carry the rest of South Africa, that's living in dignity, in order for us to restore that dignity. Thank you very much.
Mwana wanga, my son. Purpose from death.
Hope grew, but not without challenges. Uchiro songoi manane, not the tika ngamanda nungodzanga. The odds were against me. the voices in my head telling me,
you will amount to nothing. Your mother is just a waitress.
You're just a village boy.
Your father won't see you succeed. You're not good enough.
You will die poor. From within, I had to silence them. And with all the odds against me, I will continue to rise. I will continue to rise.
Face down.
For that we have each other, and we will rise, we will rise, we will rise, oh, we'll rise.
Like the eagle, we continue to soar, brick by brick, building our community. We are the forerunners. We continue to go beyond our limits on our way to greatness. I am Collen Mashawana.
Thank you. So that was just a brief dramatization of what could easily have been Collen Mashawana's life from many years ago, 41 years ago when he was born, to the point where he took it upon himself that he wanted to be the agent of change in his own country. Now, although this event does appear to be an extremely well-organized and well-planned, this is the small section of the evening that even Collen himself was not aware of. It was crafted without his contribution. So let's give the concept creators another round of applause. And thanks again to the Nelson Mandela Foundation for believing in the Collen Mashawana Foundation and what they've been doing in the past 10 years. Now, when Austin came to speak a lot earlier in the evening, he did say that this foundation is not in competition with government. Now, listening to him say that reminded me of the conversations I've had with Collen, who also believes that corporate South Africa has to do as much as it can to assist the efforts that government is doing already to try and change the lives of people. Now, the next speaker who is going to come on stage, it's a confirmation of that collaborative effort that's happening between the Collen Mashawana Foundation and also other foundations that are doing great work out there who believe that government should be seen as a partner in the process of doing all the great work. Can we please put our hands together and welcome the Minister of Social Development in South Africa, Minister Lindiwe Zulu.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I must confess up front that Makati put me in another space and completely disorientated me. I had thought that she was going to come when all the speeches have been done, because right now my energy is still with her, but then now I have to adjust to the fact that I have to speak. Having said that, Director of Ceremonies, thank you very much for inviting me to come and speak right now. But before I do that, I obviously need to do the necessary salutations. And I'd like to thank the fact that there are majesties who are here, including Tovele Gole Musiwa Mpapudi, I hope I pronounced that properly, of the Mpapudi Royal Council. I must also indicate that in our midst, and I think that they will be able to represent His Majesty, the King of the Zulus, His Majesty Misuzulu, who is being represented here by Abantwana, abahleli laphaya, I think the President of the EFF, Malema, can see them next to you. I think they have to, yes, thank you very much. Here we have Umntwana Bambindlovu, we have Umntwana Semengaye, we have Induna Uayu Dlamini, we have Induna Ulindo Ngobo. They are also very welcome, and their representation they will do later on. I also would like to thank all other royalties who are in our midst, but also I'd like to thank in particular the former President of Botswana, His Excellency Seseretse Khama Ayen Khama, for being in our midst. I would like to thank my sister, my comrade, I call her my little sister, Mamuluko Kubai. I haven't seen her, but I was told that she is here. And I'm happy that she is here because for the first time when I now started having the conversations with the Collen Mashawana Foundation, I did indicate to them that it would be important for us to get human settlements to be part and parcel of this train that is being driven. I also wish to thank all other government representatives who are here. I did see the MEC for Gauteng Social Development, Masupia, who is also here. I wish to thank her for being here and to say to her, I always believe that in order for us to be able to deliver better in our services as government, we need to strengthen the provincial and local structures because they are much closer to the people. I also would like to thank the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Foundation who just spoke now and say to you, yes, we live in hope. Yes, hope is what we should wake up to every morning. And that song that sang after that we need hope at all time, and that will rise because we believe in hope. I also would like to thank all the partners who are here today, both private sector, businesses, and all other foundations whom I might have not seen as we came through here, and say to you, united in our diversity, united we can create a better South Africa. To the members of the Collen Mashawana Foundation, Collen, yourself, your brother, your family, I really truly wish to thank you because the first time that we met, I found the Collen Mashawana Foundation just on Instagram. Yes, I do go onto Instagram. It's very important that we do. And when I found the good work that they were doing, I was very excited about it. But later on, I was also to realize that there's some work that Collen Mashawana Foundation will focus on and wants to focus on, that is South Africa's biggest problem, that of gender-based violence. And the first time that I was able to see them in this space was when I was invited to the organization called Act Now, which was going to be walking from here to KwaZulu-Natal, from Johannesburg to Durban, and they did walk. And today, one of the women who walked, the only woman who walked with them, was Lindile Khumalo, who is here, who became a champion of gender-based violence. And we must never forget the fact that in the midst of all the good things that we do, we have this scourge, we have this challenge that has to be dealt with by all of us. I wish to thank you, Slindile, for leading in your own way and in your own right, and I'm hoping that you and your team will continue to champion issues of gender-based violence. Today in the morning, I went to speak to a group of about 200 and something Afrikaners, and it was the first time in my life that I had to face 200 times 2 eyes looking at me, and I was like, yo, I've never stood in front of so many Afrikaner people to speak. I don't know, where will I start here? But I found a way of speaking and starting, and I'll tell you how. To the political leaders who are here, and of course, hello, Silo Julius Malema. Hello. Hari Fate Shango Lashu. This is what we need to do. Let us build our nation. Let us use this opportunity of being here to connect to each other. And let us not allow ourselves to be divided. Let us not allow ourselves to be directed otherwise. Let us not allow ourselves to lose sight of the reasons why we even have political parties. I don't want to speak that politics because, quite frankly, when I look at 300 and something political parties in South Africa, I'm like, yo, here, our energies and all the things that we need to do gets diverted and gets shaken by all this, but that's the democracy that we fought for. So I wish to thank you, first and foremost, Collen Mashawana Foundation and everyone in your team, because from the time that I joined the team, I knew that here is a train that is moving, and that is a train that must make sure that doesn't leave us as the Department of Social Development. I've been with them as far as I can go. I've been with them, seen them when people receive their houses. I've seen the tears of joy from elderly to younger to all. And this morning, when I was supposed to go and speak with the Afrikaners, I watched the program, and it reminded me of Titi Mba also when I was watching that program. It is called Extreme Makeover. It is a program where people go and rebuild houses of the people who are vulnerable in a way, but it's not only the people who are vulnerable. So as I was planning to go and speak, it happened that I thought to myself, this is what South Africa needs. South Africa needs an extreme makeover. And please don't misunderstand me that we haven't done much. We have done a lot, but we have 28 years of experience. And the reason why I feel that we need to do this extreme makeover, it is because I think to myself, there's a lot that we have learned in the past 28 years or so. There's a lot that we carry from the past. There's a lot of goodness in what we have done, but there's also some ugly parts of the time that we have been here. And the one thing that we need to do now, across the spectrum, whether it's political, whether it's social, whether it's economic, or whatever you might want to think, South Africa needs an extreme workover. And that cannot be done by government alone. It is something that we have to do collectively. And I'm very happy that the Collen Mashawana Foundation found it in itself to have the conversation that we've had with the Department of Social Development, and we ultimately signed an MOU, which is a guiding document that will help us understand how we are supposed to work. But also, in the aftermath of one of the darkest moments in the history of our country in recent times, people of all ages, all backgrounds, came together to show solidarity with those who have been affected by many disasters, particularly the one that we have seen in KwaZulu-Natal. And we've just returned from a week's work in KwaZulu-Natal, and of course, the Collen Mashawana Foundation, the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and all other foundations were there on the ground to make sure that we help. The Department of Social Development in our portfolio, we call ourselves a portfolio because it's the department, it's SASSA and the NDA. We are proud to support and be associated with the Collen Mashawana Foundation. Since we started working with the Collen Mashawana Foundation, I have been inspired by witnessing the way in which they have changed people's lives throughout the country. The stories you will see or you have seen coming through earlier are true stories of hope and restoration of human dignity. And I've been part and parcel of working together with them. And therefore, non-governmental organizations such as the Collen Mashawana Foundation are an integral part of the vision of the National Development Plan, because no government can adequately and genuinely serve the needs of the people without collaborating with other organizations such as the Collen Mashawana Foundation. You are an indispensable partner for extending the reach of the state with particular focus on the most vulnerable. You are the integral part of ensuring that services reach our people. If we are to effectively address the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, then we need to mobilize all sections of societies, all communities, and all formations. We must commend and support the Collen Mashawana Foundation for the indispensable role they play in providing access to housing and hope to the most vulnerable in our society. Many of us may sometimes be oblivious to the amount of work you put in, but I hope your record and achievements over the last 10 years speaks to the heart and the hopeful to pursue of the many who gathered here to celebrate with you. To continue this sort of extraordinary work, the foundation needs your help, for all of you who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that the Collen Mashawana Foundation cannot continue its civic duty without the financial and moral support of all of us gathered here today, this evening. I hope, like me, you will be inspired to support the foundation to make the difference. And as I conclude, I would like to also indicate to you, Collen, and your team, and the foundation, that we need to go beyond the issue of just building the houses. We also need to assist our communities to appreciate the current conditions in which we find ourselves in. When I was in KwaZulu-Natal, in eThekwini in particular, I was asking the communities a very difficult question, and some were feeling like, no, don't ask this question. But I had to ask this question because I'm saying to myself, life, the weather, nature will never be the same again. So part of what we need to do is to make sure that we work with our people in the education. I was saying to them, when they wake up in the morning, I'm sure they watch TV, they see the weather forecast, they only think about what am I going to wear, is it going to rain, is it going to whatever, can I carry an umbrella or not? And I think, Collen, with your foundation and everybody, we can be able to speak to our people about where do we build, how do we build? And when the weather focus is told in the morning, is it possible that it can be an early warning system for us so that we can be able, as communities, get to move in some of these places before disaster erupts? Climate change is here and it's not going to change. We must change the way we live, and as we change the way we live, those of us who are privileged, we must not leave those that are not privileged as we are behind. I wish to thank you.
Yeah. Give it up for the minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Another round of applause. Beautiful. Some very important words there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you have checked the time. It is quite late, and if you're anything like me, I'm sure you're quite hungry, so I'm not going to take any more time. Dinner is now served, and to keep us company, he was such a hit in the beginning, so we've asked our comedian, the awesome Mashawana, to come back. Enjoy your dinner, ladies and gents.
I was going to introduce dinner. I'll give it up for the minister. Minister, you said the former president of Botswana, Omo. No, I once performed there by the time he was still a president, and we were not allowed to make fun of him. And then I can do that now. And that time, President, remember, there was this incident. You went to the Kruger National Park, and you went to the zoo, and you were playing with the leopard there, and you're thinking a leopard was a puppy. There was this incident, then leopard almost scratch. So we were not allowed to talk about that. And I did that. Botswana. And Baja passport, it's not a joke. Like Botswana, every time we go to toilet, kiss snaps a president. Go KFC, kiss snaps a president. Kill country Rikakana commandre Namar. No, that was that time, President. But it was that time, Botswana, alcohol was not, the club needs all like a 10. When I performed Botswana, it's very strict. I don't alcohol in my house. That's why it was not So now I'm here to summarize this speech. That is speaker. Okay, TT. Before I prepare. Dango. Nelson Mandela, yes, you went all out, Papa. I'll not event in Nelson Mandela Foundation where you can just talk and call us. We will listen to you, Papa. You went all out. Speech, Papa. Unlike and then Minister when Afrikaner I-60 and you were shocked. You should have said what? The man cup the vote. Because only from 5 when and one thing he respect anga kinyagolwe 2000 ma 2000 kibabicha bana ba Satan ma 2000 Jesus ba tlola monna Brandwood ma 2000 ba tlola monna Crockett and Jones kunya ka hore ka ra lenyalo la ka kana 10 years I've been surviving in this marriage ba ba apara di ring cha 3 step ona ring engwe itlhatswa ka Sunday o ntsha speaker ra so we catch a brass or no, I've been with my man for 20 years. Live Italy 2000. Live Fudisha mun now habli babli. Mun now was 60 years. I walk on to unka something. I understand or ki cologne or king unka flavor ya habli. Ubicha family meeting mara or no unka cherry. At ma 2000 ko tlapong ka mo gae ke ena sherandi meeting ko Limpopo o na le funeral le emela ena boa ba re emele ba ko magweng mara fitle mo a le kokonga ko hey dude ba mmitsa dude that time papa o na le bothata ba sukiri o na le high blood ba mo gadile ko doctor ngore stay away from smoke o busy ke na butso tsandi habli bab Arufu, liblo wa otlola ka moya nyana wa mafelo. Better mo. Mara salwa bona 2000 le roga papa a wishche la tlala habli babli. Ngwana wa 20 years a roa motho wa 70 years. Papa a ro full o butso tsa habli baba. Le la tlalewe o ko le 2000. Dude, you so childish. Dinner is served. Okay, but if I keep on my una going ya khale so re ke bale FC 32 YVGP ke koloi tsa khale koloi ya khale FC 32 YVGP batho ba Uber ba inyaka.
Do you wanna know how it feels to live life? How it feels to just smile? How it feels to be free? Do you wanna know how it feels to live life? How it feels to just smile? How it feels to be free? Give me that magic. Show it to me. Magic. Give it to me. Magic. Show it. Magic. Give it to me. You have the key to your prison door. Open it wide and feel the freedom. See what life is all about. Love, no doubt. It's about. Give me that magic. Show it, show it. Magic. Magic. Give it to me. Show it to me. Give it to me. I wanna know. I wanna know. Show it to me. Give it to me. I wanna know. I wanna know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Show it to me. Show it to me. Give it to me. I wanna know. I wanna know. I wanna know. Show it to me. Show it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. I wanna know. I wanna know. I wanna know.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Can we just have your attention?
Yes.
Just one bit before we get straight into the business of tonight's dinner.
yes. So whilst we are serving dinner and mingling, we've decided that we want to also have the fundraiser. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know that if you were aware, but we have identified 10 families in need who really need your help. And we're going to...
So the context is quite simple and clear. In the past 10 years, the Collen Mashawana Foundation has managed to build a little over 270 houses for the most needy amongst us. And as we celebrate, 10 years of their existence, all we want is to be able to build a few more houses for the needy. And enough research has been done. There is 10 families that have been identified. Each one of those families require a decent roof over their heads.
Indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a video that will play to introduce you to these incredible 10 families that are in need of your help.
The Collen Mashawana Foundation has identified 9 potential beneficiaries from 9 different provinces, and we would like to call upon anyone in attendance here to pledge and help us build them better homes. These are the families. In KwaZulu-Natal, Gogo Alfosina Nini Tlamini is a partially blind 77-year-old lady who stays in Kaluza, a semi-rural area outside Pietermaritzburg. She lost her 2 sons in 2005 and is a guardian and provider for her 2 grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Gogo Tlamini lives in a dilapidated mud house that was severely damaged by heavy rains and recent floods that hit the area. The house leaks constantly, and Gogo Tlamini has to be on her guard whenever it rains to shield her belongings. Gogo Tlamini's family survives on her monthly old age grant as no one is employed in the household. With winter fast approaching, all Gogo Tlamini wants is a decent shelter for her family. In the Eastern Cape, Noma Kwezi Shotana is a 60-year-old lady from Glentani, Nonshinga in the Eastern Cape. She had 5 children and 3 grandchildren who are orphans and are dependent on her. She's been struggling to get social grant for herself and her grandchildren. Her 5 sons sleep at the neighbor's house because there isn't enough space for all of them, as it is only a 1-bedroom house. They all survive off handouts from the neighbors. Noma Kwezi uses her clothes to cover holes in the wall when it rains to avoid leaking. In Gauteng, the Erasmus family of 4, which consists of father, a mother, a son and a daughter who are living under bad conditions. The house they live in has big cracks and can collapse at any time. The mother is disabled and the father, who is unemployed, takes care of her, as she is diagnosed with a blood clotting condition that led to her leg being amputated and immediately after that suffered from a stroke in 2020. Gogo Sibongile Mncube lives in a run-down mud house that she shares with 3 unemployed grandchildren in Senateng, Pietermaritzburg. At 86, Gogo Mncube is now forced to live with neighbors as she tries to rebuild her house, using her limited income that she saves from her old age grant. Her only wish is to live in her own house and be able to sleep peacefully at night. Rebecca Sekopela, who is 49, lives in Lepepane village, Manamela. Her first home, which was a shack, was destroyed by natural disaster, and she built the 2-roomed one she currently lives in with her 6 family members. The 2-room shack is used as a kitchen, dining room and bedroom, which is insufficient for all the family members. There is an outside toilet that she uses as a place of refuge when it rains heavily, as the water enters the shack through the roof and the sides. There is no privacy and sense of security in the shack. She is a single parent employed at a local bakery where she earns a stipend which barely covers all the family's basic needs. Rebecca is in dire need of a safe home. Elias Koza is a 78-year-old man. Originally from Mozambique, he came to South Africa back in 1963 and he lives with his son and his grandson. He lost his vision about 6 months ago due to malnutrition. Before then, he would plow for people to earn some money. His son and grandson depend on odd jobs to also make a living, but now with Nkulu being blind, he can't go to places far because he needs assistance. The 2-roomed mud house they are staying in has a lot of cracks and could collapse any day, especially with the current weather conditions. Mama Bonakele Matlela is a 61-year-old mother and grandmother who lives in Edendale with 22 members of her family and relatives, including her deceased sister's children. Her 7-room mud house was reduced to rubble by recent floods, forcing her and her family to be crammed in a precarious and tiny 2-bedroom that doubles as a kitchen and a sleeping area. Her family is now scattered around as some of her family members were forced to seek refuge with neighbors and relatives. The stress of the situation has left her with sleepless nights as she worries about her and her grandchildren's futures. Every month, Mama Matlela has to stretch her old age grant, the only source of income for the household to pay for the family's basic needs. And with so many mouths to feed, there's nothing left for Mama Matlela to rebuild her damaged house. Mama Monye Dokas Titlu, 80 years of age, in Ikutseng, Northern Cape, lives alone in her old shack with no electricity. She has been waiting for her RDP house for over 27 years from the municipality with no avail. During rainy seasons, the shack leaks everywhere. Therefore, she literally sleeps in a wet bed. She collects firewood to cook outside her shack. She's been struggling to get electricity installed in her shack for a number of times with no luck. Her only wish in her old age is to get a proper functional home. In the northwest, Gogo Jane Balibi Kapusong, at 90 years of age, lives in Titila Molomo on the outskirts of Mafikeng in northwest. Gogo's house is in a terrible state, such that it might collapse at any given moment. The roof leaks and the house has a big crack on the side. The community has tried to raise funds to buy a few bricks and some of the materials to start building a house for her. Unfortunately, it is taking longer, and with the rainy season, it's not safe for her and her grandchildren.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Well, I think it's only fair to say that we cannot leave here tonight without these families all being promised a home. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are imploring you to please give of some of your money to help us build their homes.
It's actually as simple as just adopting one of these families.
Indeed.
And building a house for them,
Mhm.
or putting a decent roof over their heads. This is not a sales pitch. This is purely based on the evidence that we've shown you of work that has been done, decent work that has been delivered over the past 10 years. And with your help, we can be able to bring some respectability to these 9 families.
Indeed. So, if anybody is willing to adopt a family, we ask you to please raise your hand. Do we have any takers in the room to help these families? Come on, guys. Is it because you're hungry? I know we've made you wait long, but after seeing the videos and after seeing how people are really, really struggling, even if we can get a couple of 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, have we got a taker?
Okay, we've got a taker over there.
Oh,
This looks like an inside job
Come
already.
on over.
I've got a message here.
Yeah.
Mampeula Foundation, they wouldn't want to come up. They will take one house, and then Forum will take one house.
Okay, thank you
That's
very much.
amazing. Thank you.
Mr. Mampeula, on behalf of his foundation, he is taking one house already.
Wow, that's amazing.
My
Thank
brother Raleigh,
you.
thank you very much. And another foundation, Foromo, is also taking one house. So 2 families have been adopted as we speak. We've got 7 more to go. Any takers out there?
We've got a lady raising her hand. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Can we get one of our ushers to go over there and get her details? Do you want to come up?
Yeah, we'll be happy if she comes up on stage.
Absolutely.
And as she's approaching the stage, can we have an indication if for the remaining 6 families we have a taker out there? Any hands up there? We've got one over here. Thank you, sir. You can join us on stage. We've got 5 left now. Can we?
Incredible. I think we need a mic. There we go. We've got a fundraiser form.
Okay, just come and
Come on
acknowledge
over
you.
to the podium. There we go.
Okay, you can follow, sir.
And what is your name?
Oh, my name is Pongo.
Pongo.
Yes, I'm the executive director at Afribis Invest.
Yes, fantastic. And you're taking a
taking a
you're taking a house, adopting a family. Thank you so much for your place. Let's give Pongo a round of
That's
applause,
fine.
ladies
That's
and
great.
gentlemen.
That's great. You can.
Do I take
Can you take your phone?
Okay, you can pledge. Yeah.
Right over here. Let me help the beautiful lady down.
Okay.
You
We have
need the
another
help,
pledge
I
that's
know.
coming through from
And that's-
Papuli Trust.
There we go.
Okay, sir, you can make your pledge right there. Okay, the gentleman is not adopting an entire family or building an entire house. Instead, they are pledging 20,000 rand.
That's incredible.
That's
All the
incredible.
Money.
Let's
Ladies
give
and
them
gentlemen, give him a round of applause.
a round of applause. That's the Mpapuli Trust.
That is amazing.
So we are left with how many houses, families now?
We had
It's 6.
Yes.
We've got 6 more houses that are up for the taking. Any volunteers? Anybody that would like to adopt one of the
Do we have a
remaining
gentleman
6?
over there? Yes. Please come on over and make your pledge and take a break. Come on over. Yes. Come on. Don't be shy. Give him some encouragement, ladies and gentlemen. I know, it's actually quite scary walking up here.
5 more to go.
5 more to go.
5 more to go. Any volunteers? We've got one coming already through to the stage. We're left with 4.
Nice.
Let's give the gentleman a nice round of applause, please.
Do you want to come and stand over here? Lovely.
Any 4 volunteers for the remaining houses? Here's one coming through. 3 more left.
How are you? I know, it's so good. Thank you so much.
So I think like the other gentleman, 3 houses left, and I've just been told, Austin, can you give me that information? Just one more time. There are 2 houses that are going, so we're left with just 1.
Which company is it?
The famous Boot nightclub here in Sandton, they are adopting 2 families. Chachi, thank you very much.
Is Chachi? Oh, that's amazing.
So we've got 1 family left to adopt. They can be the black sheep of this fundraiser. Let's get them a taker as quickly as possible. We've got an entire table raising up their hands now. It's fine. We can get more families for you. Please come on stage. Please come on stage and give us the information.
That is amazing, guys. Thank you so much. Your name, sir? Imran. Imran, are you adopting a family? A full house, he says. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A full house. Thank you so much, sir. All right. Come on over.
Okay. The gentleman coming on stage now will take 5 families. He's adopting 5 families.
What? That is incredible.
So,
wow.
The staffers at Collen Mashawana Foundation, please help us to take all the information, because we started with 9. We gave you credentials of 9 families that needed to be adopted. We have already surpassed
the number. Isn't that beautiful? A room full of givers and helpers.
Yeah. We're going on to the extras now. We can do with more.
You're taking, he's just said wait, hang on a second. He's taking 7. He's matched everyone and is taking 7.
Taking 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. That is amazing. Wow. Over here we've got Amidel, who the business which will be donating 10,000 rand going towards the families. Let's give Amidel a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 10,000 rand going towards these families. Thank you so much, sir.
The floor is still open. Any more volunteers? Any more takers?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It can be a partial contribution or an entire adoption of a family for which we can build a nice roof over their heads. Any more takers? Is that one more?
Over here we've got another man who is going to adopt a family, a house, and through his company, is that correct?
Great.
Setsabelo Trading.
Okay.
Lovely, congratulations.
More are coming.
Thank you, sir.
Leila?
Wow, this is amazing. We have more takers. Wow, guys, a room full of love. This really is inspiring. Thank you.
Okay, let me get to you.
Thank you so much, sir. There we go.
Okay, one more. Great stuff. All right, as you can see, we're having more volunteers joining us on the stage. So do not think that all that we could be able to raise, it's all that's needed. We still have more than enough.
Absolutely.
Even if all you want is to donate building material, we will take that. Or donate just part finance that can go towards the building of one of the houses. We will take that as well. And for those who are already on the stage, congratulations and thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. We can still do more is what I'm hearing. We can still do more to bring hope and install dignity. Sorry, sir, I didn't get your name. Tebogo, you have donated 15,000. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. That's incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Have we moved to 10 houses? Guys, wow.
Brilliant, brilliant.
This is incredible.
Is this it?
10
Okay.
houses this gentleman has decided to take on this evening. I think that really deserves a massive round of applause. 10 families, their lives changed forever right here tonight. Incredible.
Okay. It started with a pledge for 5 houses. It has
Thank
gone
you
to
so
over
much.
R1 million, where he is going to adopt 10 houses.
10 families, 10 houses. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You know what's so interesting is that a lot of people want to help. There are so many people in
Let's
the world
welcome
that want to help.
former President Kama, who is
Yes, the former
bringing a
president.
pledge. I just hope he's not taking one of the families back to Botswana with. All right, as you can see, the floor is still open. The stage is still open. We can still take a few more.
The Mampela Foundation has pledged a whole home. That is incredible. Thank you so
That's fantastic.
much.
The
Thank you.
Mampeule
Thank
Foundation,
you. Come
thank
on
you
over
very
this way.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Okay, if you were worried about what looked like an oversupply of volunteers on the stage, most of them have already completed their admin work, so we can still take more.
We can still take
Any more
more.
takers? We're building houses across South Africa to bring some decency to our people.
Another
And
tip?
we have a brick that each one of the people pledging will be able to take home as a sign of the commitment. Here's one more volunteer.
Fantastic. Wow.
We've got 10,000 rand from Dr. Sam Mutswanyani's foundation. It's going towards the building of the same houses. Thank you very much. And that's a brick to go with it. Oh, the brick. Yeah, you can get it. Thank you, sir.
Oh, excuse me. There we go.
Let's have one more break. That's for you, eh? A break for you. Okay, great stuff. And let's have a form for the lady. Yeah. Is this for a company?
Wow, that's amazing.
All right, so as you can see, anything that you can afford, we will be able to accept it, and it will go towards the same program. So, whether it's building material or just part contribution in money towards the building of the house, we will take it. The stage is still open, the floor is still open. And we also have these beautiful bricks, branded. The name of the foundation, Collen Mashawana Foundation. You'll be able to take it home as proof and evidence that you have come on board our moving bus.
Once you say a word, once you pledge it towards something, so can we give them a mic? Just like that?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Which gentleman wants to be? Okay.
You still have to? Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm Hlalanati Funzo from the United Nations World Food Programme. The work that is done by this foundation is close to our heart and what we are doing in terms of changing lives, inspiring people that their situation is not permanent, it's going to change. So as a part of starting relations with them, with thanks to Minister and the colleague Social Development for introducing us to this foundation. We are saying as part of showing commitment and many things that are still going to do together, as we have heard that you still want to go outside South Africa to other places. As the regional office here in South Africa, we are in 12 countries, operations in 12 countries. So we're saying today, as a part of starting and opening the mouth to say we're together, we are pledging 300,000 rands as a start. This is a beginning. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you very much, WFP.
All right, this comes through here. Oh, excuse me.
This is the World Food Program. It's a program or an organization that knows fully well the plight of the people across our continent. So at least we can see that they've put their money where their hearts are. Thank you very much.
That's beautiful, indeed. Africa Ofela also has donated 20,000 rand towards the families, which is absolutely incredible. So thank you to them. Wonderful. Thank you. Wow.
Okay. Thank you very
Absolutely
much. Now, for some more.
You're not pledging. No, you got to pledge.
Okay, some more good news coming through. The Chinese government, through their embassy here in South Africa, they've just pledged 100,000 rand. Thank you
That's
very
amazing.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Yep.
It's really great to see people coming together and all pulling their weight and getting behind the foundation who does incredible things. You know, I was saying earlier, it's really interesting to know that there are a lot of people who want to help, they just don't know how. And sometimes you need a vehicle like this foundation and many other foundations that have been established to do the right thing because they're on the ground, they've met with the people that really need it, and they know just
I wanna know how it feels to be loved, how it feels to be me.
Oh, we're back. There we go.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Nothing
So,
like a little bit of load shedding.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who've been with us right from the beginning tonight,
More good news.
Okay, there is R500,000 that we've just been made aware of.
Wow.
One of them, it's some more contribution from Booth, and that is 250,000. The other 250,000
Wow, thank
comes
you.
from AECI, who are already partnering with the Collen Mashawana Foundation on the Madi Ashu project, which is happening in the north of our country,
Yeah.
in Venda.
Incredible.
Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for opening your hearts as well as your pockets. We are very, very grateful. I think we have more good news.
Looks
we do.
like.
We await and hear.
Cluster Foundation, 10,000 rand. Agri, the late Agri Cluster Foundation.
My mic on, there we go. The Agri Cluster Foundation have just pledged 10,000 rand.
10,000 rand. The
10,000.
Agri-Cluster Foundation,
Yes.
it's well known for their community builder of the year concept, which plays quite neatly into what we are doing as the Collen Mashawana Foundation. So with that 10,000 rand, you can be absolutely sure that the next time we splash a testimonial video that shows more families that we shall have helped, that money will have gone towards, buying cement or door frames or any of the building materials that we so badly need.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. If you do still want to donate throughout the evening, please will you make sure that one of the attendees here in the room tonight know about it, and they will make sure to get you in touch with the right people. But we thank you again, and please enjoy your dinner.
Okay.
Do we have
we still have some more money into the till. Moana have just
We're just gonna
pledged
be here all night.
20,000 rand.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
20,000
you.
rand from Moana. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Incredible. All right. I mean, it's wonderful to be able to do this all night, but I think we do need to eat dinner. So, what I do suggest is, again, please let one of us know this evening if you still want to. If you still want to donate, obviously it is always open, and we are
And
always grateful.
we'll be here to acknowledge
Yes, and to receive
further donations and new donations.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy your dinner.
Foundation, 2 houses.
2 houses? From? Okay, some more great news, ladies and gentlemen. The Old Mutual Foundation has just donated 2 full houses.
Wow.
Fully furnished as well.
Wow.
Selo, I think.
Take me to the place where the river runs wild. To the place, a place with fruit of life. This place in my dreams, this place is in my head all day. River runs wild. No way take me to the place where the grass is green, oh yeah. To the place where the bees never stay. In my dreams, this place
just want to congratulate and thank one more time everybody that has been up on the stage here to lend a hand on this great program that the Collen Mashawana Foundation has embarked on to try and help the most needy in our various communities across the country.
Another 10,000 in table 27.
Table 27, Bongi, Ray, and Vugani, 10,000 rand. Thank you. We also have 2 full houses that were pledged by Denny Kay. They were just announced a few minutes ago. Congratulations and thank you again. Now, the one thing that's absolutely clear with this fundraiser that we just did now, it shows what private sector can do to assist in what normally people expect to be a program of a government. So I would like to really, really congratulate everyone that has lent a hand. And talking about private sector, I have 2 speakers that I would like to call one after the other. The first one is Mr. Mark Data, and he is coming to just talk about the role private sector can play in improving communities in our country. And after him, Ntabeleng Likotsi will come and also speak on the same theme. Mark, it's your turn now. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Mark with a warm round of applause.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome. It's great to see you all. I must admit, this afternoon, while I was trying to work on my speech, I was watching some football, and some of that didn't go very well. If you're either a Man United supporter or a Kaizer Chiefs supporter, you would have probably had a dismal afternoon like I did. So, but I must admit, as I came here tonight, it all brightened up with all you wonderful people, and it's fantastic to be here. It will be remiss of me not to acknowledge His Excellency the former President of Botswana. Also, we have 2 ministers here. I acknowledge you both. And also, all royalty present tonight, I acknowledge you all. As well, also the leader of one of the opposition parties, welcome. And also colleagues in the private sector, NGOs, and also those from the various funds, and all ladies and gentlemen. You know, this was quite a difficult subject to talk about, because obviously, you know, in a lot of areas where private and public come together, there's always an unhappy party. So I think what I'm actually going to put up, hopefully in this few slides here, is what is actually can be done, and especially in the areas that AECI has been involved in. So hopefully next slide should come up. Obviously, AECI, international business, has over 7,000 people. 4,000 of them are in South Africa. So South Africa is our roots. It's very important to us, and I'm passionate about the country, its people, and how we develop going future. We've broken our business relatively into 4 business groups. It's really the mining, which is mainly the explosive business, really focused on Africa and international, but also water, agri, and obviously the chemical space. The 2 which I'm really passionate about, which I think can make a big difference, and really it's part of those sustainability goals out there, is obviously better food and better water. And of course, food and water touches us every day. And it seems very sad that people in South Africa still today do not have free-flowing water as well as food. And we need to do something about this as business and as the public together. we've really started off on the school side. Schools are really fantastic opportunities for us. You know, education, and I can't stress education enough. You know, people need to be educated, and you'll be very surprised. I think if we can educate all our people, is what difference it's going to make to this country. It's amazing how these young people have great ideas and opportunities to solve all our problems. So education is really what we've been pushing. But what we've noticed is the schools that we operate in and actually give bursaries and chemistry and maths, there's no water, there's no sanitation, and we really have to stamp that out. So our mission is we at the moment putting water in 50 schools in the next 5 years. We're well on our way with the first 7 this year. But not only are we putting water in schools, we're actually putting in vegetable gardens and small produce areas for them to farm. And the whole opportunity for that is for them to take the water, manage the water, which is actually in most of those schools from an underground source, but then put them onto land and make food and grow food. And obviously they use that for themselves, they sell it into the communities, which is a fantastic opportunity for the way for people to develop more skill sets, and obviously they get rewards for it. The other area is rural areas. It's our mission that we will actually supply 1 million people with water in the next 5 years. And that we have to do with the public sectors. We need assistance with this. And I think it's a great way that we can collaborate in making sure people in rural areas get free flowing water. But you can also see the little green button is obviously how we're going to start establishing agri-parks in those areas. And for me, that is one of the key opportunities, is how we help people produce food and maintain and sustain themselves. In action, we've done a lot, and those are just some pictures out there that we've done. But I think for me, we also embarked on a plan of how do we take water away from the industrial sectors, like mining, and also industrial sectors and wastewater. How do we stop industrial using that and free that up for the public sector? And at the moment, we've got some real big goals in the next few years of how we do that. And we've set ourselves about 2 billion liters, if I can get that thing to work, in the next couple of years. So in terms of the platinum mines, we're looking at how we take out nearly 2 billion liters there and put that into the public area. We're also looking in terms of industrial. We've done a big plant at Montefontaine where we're actually putting water into right now. And we also, in the next few years, will be embarking on waste. We've done a lot of work in terms of sustainability with NGOs. We've done a lot of work with Cello and the Mandela Foundation, and we've worked very closely. And we've actually come up with great opportunities in terms of the village that we put out in the East Rand, and that is now fully self-sufficient. And I'm going to try and get that one to move, if I can. It is important. There we are. If we look at Oliver's village, it's totally sustainable. So we have, with the help of the Mandela Foundation, we've put in money, we've put in resources, but it is now self-sufficient. It is actually generating its own power, has its own water, and then is also producing its own food and has food kitchens, so a school on site. So in a great example of what we can do and what has been done. But I think the vision that I have is how do we take this to another level? How do we look at all those wastewater plants in the country, of which, as we know, are not well run and obviously are polluting rivers? And I think the opportunity for us to work together with the public sector is how we take that water, clean it up, produce energy out of the waste, and bring it back in terms of agri-parks. I think that is my vision for the next few years, is how we do that. And for me, I think for us to work together all for a better South Africa, and where water is very key. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. This has proven to be quite a long night for all of us, and as everybody will appreciate, when you want to try and get a really good cause off the ground, you do need a bit of time to get the traction right. And we've had a lot of speakers, all of them were necessary to be on the program, but time has been a bit of a challenge. And I'm going to interrupt the flow as I had announced it, and we will now call our keynote speaker, who happens to be the political custodian of the built environment in our country, which is actually what this whole drive is all about. Our Minister of Human Settlements is with us tonight, and she must be very happy to see the energy and the passion and the excitement that's flowing in the room here about trying to do something great for destitute families. So can we just give a nice round of applause as we welcome Minister Mamuluko Kubai, the Minister of Human Settlements.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, should I use this? Thank you very much, Program Director. It is a bit difficult to deliver a keynote speech almost midnight, but I'll try my best. Let me greet His Excellency, the former President of Botswana, Ian Khama, together with the entire delegation that you are with, my big sister, Minister of Social Development, Ms. Lindiwe Zulu, the leader of EFF and Member of Parliament, Comrade Julius Malema, MEC Murakani Msupja, CEO of Nelson Mandela Foundation, representatives of the royal families of Babenda and Nation and the Zulu Nation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I think let me start by paying tribute to men and women who have been working around the clock to restore dignity to the lives of the victims of disasters in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Northwest, and Western Cape. So we're not dealing with the disasters only in KZN. We're working around the clock to restore the lives in these 4 provinces. The magnitude of these disasters in the 4 provinces are different, but the displacements of families and the loss of properties has the same effect to the victims. The pictures and the videos you have seen show the level of destruction and disruption that people have experienced, but they don't capture the pain, the suffering, and the distress that men and women, young children who are victims are experiencing. Narration of the stories of what they've gone through in the past few weeks, past few days, it's one that remains in our minds. Try and restore their lives and rebuild, help them rebuild their families. Let's keep them in our thoughts and prayers as we continue with our work. When I received the invite from Collen to join this celebration, actually he booked me way in advance, and when I was dealing with the disasters in KZN and nearly didn't make it for this event, I felt a bit guilty, Collen, because I knew that you had asked us to join you way in advance, though nature disrupted us. And I will apologize in advance because I'm going to have to leave. We still have to deal with the reports of today in order to mark progress and also prepare for. Let Let me congratulate you and your team for this important milestone and wish you strength going to continue with the good work that you are doing. I was quite pleased when I looked through the work that you have done, and as they've been sharing here, in terms of the foundation's involvement in efforts to eliminate poverty, creation of employment for youth, and the delivery of health services. The good work that you do is a good reminder that there are men and women who make the spirit of Ubuntu, motho ke motho ka batho, an ethos which they practice. There are many businesses and business people who have enjoyed great success, but there are very few who respond to the call of becoming good corporate citizens. Good corporate citizens focuses on the importance of social responsibility. These are corporations that understand that their success is not theirs alone, but their success is part of what society has built in them, and they found this success through our communities. Realization that they cannot be an island of success in the midst of poverty. Good corporate service citizens rally together their people and resources to improve the society's quality of life. Not contesting, but maybe because we are almost on Sunday, let me quote the Bible. It tells of a rich man that came to Jesus and asked, "Teacher, what good thing must I do to have an eternal life?" Jesus answered, "Why do you ask me about what is good? Only God is good, but if you want to have eternal life, obey the laws of our commandments." The young man said, "I've obeyed all these commands. What else do I need to do?" Jesus answered, "If you want to be perfect, then go and sell all that you own, give the money to the poor, and you will have riches in heaven. Then come and follow me." The lesson we can draw out of this is that Jesus was simply telling the young man, to be a good corporate citizen. More importantly, Jesus was challenging the young man to think beyond the self and embrace the spirit of sharing and giving. Recognize that you live in a society that faces many challenges, and you decided to become part of the solution. Government alone cannot solve societal problems. We require all South Africans to work with us in order to respond to these challenges. In the department I lead, the Department of Human Settlements, we strive to build sustainable human settlements in which our people can enjoy a better life, with better life outcomes and opportunities to eke out a living. The challenges in this sector are so immense that when I go around the country, it is heartbreaking, as you saw the pictures of some of these people. We see widows that are sitting in conditions that are not correct. We see the elderly. We see the child-headed households whose only hope for a better life mostly is through government intervention. It will take much more to reach everyone who needs the services that we provide as government, which is why we appreciate those who come to the party and assist in this endeavor. I've seen and followed your work in this sector. The hope and the dignity that you give to these families that you have assisted has been inspiring to watch. You have shown other businesses and business people that it's possible to use your success to change people's lives. I must say, more than anything, that I pride myself with your work is the quality of the houses that you build. As you donate, you do not do substandard work, which sometimes we battle with. You do not leave these families asking, "I have to take it because I have no option." But you leave them with pride because you've given them their dignity back. And I want to thank you on behalf of our government for partnering and for working with us as government, and as Sis Lindy was saying, for ensuring that as we respond to the challenges that we have faced, we do that in such a manner that we give dignity to the most vulnerable of our community. When we speak of economic transformation. It is not only about expanding the de-racialization of businesses. It is also about creating businesses that are patriotic businesses with a human face. You have demonstrated that there is such a thing as capitalism with a human face, and your foundation has led the way in bringing life to what Steve Biko spoke about many moons ago. To paraphrase what Bantu Steve Biko once wrote, I quote, "We have set out on a quest for true humanity, and somewhere on the distant horizon, we can see the glittering prize. Let us march forward. Let us march forth with courage and determination, drawing strength from our common plight and our brotherhood. In time, we shall be in a position to bestow upon Africa and the world the greatest gift possible, a more human face," unquote. Your foundation's work speaks for itself, and it is clear demonstration that you truly have passion for building communities and creating a better life. Driven by the spirit of Moto ke Motho ka batho, I hope you continue and expand on this noble cause. I'm very pleased to be part of this celebration and to have witnessed men and women who joined hands with you in creating a memory for those that are really looking forward to see interventions on their lives, but also the interventions that you're about to make to many families. We look forward to working together in building better communities for all, but also living to the Freedom Charter's command, which I will always say, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep the program moving. We're going to introduce a remarkable lady now. She'll be able to tell you a lot better than I the incredible work that she has been able to do and how she's partnered with the foundation herself. And ladies and gentlemen, she is from the private sector, but she is creating sustainable financial solutions for Black communities, something that is most needed, especially now. So please put your hands together for Ntabeleng Lekotsi.
God is good all the time. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Last year sometime, I read an article about a company that has been awarded a contract of about 20 billion rand to build a mega park in the West Rand. What intrigued me when I was reading this article, I saw Black young people for a 20 billion rand project. And I said to myself, these are my people. For a month, I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about this 20 billion rand project because I was wondering how many jobs are going to be created, how many businesses are going to be supported. And I was seeing faces that were familiar. I was seeing black, young excellence. And I was saying to myself, isn't it great to be alive right now, to see young black people being involved in billion rands of projects in my lifetime? A month later, I eventually made contact on social media, and I said to Collen, "Hi, Mr. Mashawana. My name is Ntabeleng Dikotsi, and I'm this young woman who's starting the first woman-owned bank in the country, and I think we can work together to build our nation." And he responded, we met. And that day when we met, he was with his brother, Cecil Mashawana, and his friend, Dr. Bonginkosi. We had the discussions about how we can change our country. And with so much high unemployment, how we can make a change in working together. And we had a discussion that day, and we had a debate about faith. And Collen said, you know, this journey of entrepreneurship that we walk, that is so tough and sometimes can be so lonely. Faith is believing in things that you cannot see and things that you cannot touch. But faith is walking that journey with peace, knowing that your promises and your discussions with God, when God speaks to you, you know the promises and why you are chosen. Therefore, when you walk that journey of faith, you walk it with peace, regardless of the journey that you are traveling. I left that day thinking, that is why when things are so tough with this bank journey, there's something inside of me that says, Ntabeleng, you have been chosen to work with black people, to have this bank in our lifetime. And then I think of this journey, Minister Lindwe Zulu, when I was invited to Switzerland by the Department of Small Business when we were the minister then. God had to take me out of the country for me to think and say, wow, black people can own a bank in my lifetime. What is this cooperative banking that people are talking about that we don't even know about? And then when I came back from Switzerland, I called my business partner, which is Pindile Kumalo, and I said, Sisi, hey man, apparently we can own a bank. And you know those times as a struggling entrepreneur, you would know this when you've walked the journey. Vodacom used to have night shift. I don't know if they still have it now. I waited after midnight to call her and tell her this news. And I think about this because I look at the Collen Mashawana Foundation and AfriBees. For you, Collen, to have achieved what you guys have achieved, you need to have engine behind you that supports you. Your brother Cecil has been there for you from the beginning, from that day when you left Venda, coming to Joburg with your Sarasara. Your brother has been there. When you've come up with ideas and the people thought they're crazy, Cecil has been there. Pongo, you are the rose amongst the thorns that keeps the calm. When he comes up with these crazy ideas during the pandemic, when people had lost hope, and Collen said, we're still going to build houses for our people to restore their dignity and restore their hope. Austin was there when you lost it all, and you shared that room with him. And you say, when I lost it all, it was a stranger that helped me. That is Collen. That is why I'm doing what I'm doing now. I go back to the day we met, and I said, Collen, with AfriBees and YWBN, let us turn South Africa into a construction site. Why are we going to turn South Africa into a construction site? Because it is time, Ntate Malema, that when you talk about economic transformation, you cannot talk about economic transformation in our lifetime without a black-owned bank. But a black-owned bank that will enable us as black people to finally participate in the economy of our country. We cannot do that if we are not united, because as the majority of the country, that is our currency. We might not have the money because we have been previously disadvantaged. But our power, our currency, our influence, and our impact will happen because we are united. And finally, there will come a time when we say we will put our money where our mouths are. As we do that, as Collen Mashawana Foundation restores dignity and restores hope, I would like to leave this with you today. When God formed us, He knew us before we were even born. He declared to say, my plan is not to destroy, but is to prosper you. As black people, this is our continent. Our blood runs of royalty. We live in a continent of honey and milk. We must claim it. There must come a time when we claim it back. Because we are not Africans because we are born in Africa. We are Africans because Africa is born in us. And our soul is Ubuntu, our currency. Thank you.
Sure. An incredibly powerful and moving speech. My goodness. Thank you so much, Ms. Lekotsi. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time.
Yeah, let's give her another
a
great round of
beautiful,
applause.
moving, powerful speech. What incredible words.
Yeah. So, by now everybody has heard that for the foundation to be able to do all of this great work throughout the rest of the country, they have created a format that requires them to have ambassadors in each province.
Indeed, almost a network, if you will, to ensure that they have people on the ground who actually know what's going on in communities, what families are really in dire need, and of course in need of the help of the foundation.
So, as we celebrate a great journey of 10 years for the Collen Mashawana Foundation, we are going to unveil these great ambassadors from every province who work together with the foundation's headquarters here in Johannesburg to do all the great work that you have seen tonight.
Exactly.
And should we invite?
We'd like to invite the minister, because we want to, of course, acknowledge them and give them an acknowledgement, I suppose.
Fantastic.
So please.
Minister Zulu, can we respectfully ask you to join us on stage one more time? We are going to be handing over, or we're going to be asking you to hand over certificates to these ambassadors from all the provinces. If they are ready, can we have them join us on stage, please? All the Collen Mashawana Foundation ambassadors.
Please make your way onto stage. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Here they are making their way to stage.
Okay. Can we just get one handheld mic, please, for the minister? One mic, please. Thank you. Thank you.
All the way over there. There we go. Let's make some space. Hopefully you're okay there.
Okay.
Wow, the people that I normally see in other clothes, aren't they looking beautiful?
Yes.
A round of applause for them, please.
Okay. You'll do the honors with each one of them.
Nomaphelo Qapha. I remember the Cape Town. Yes, I remember her very well in Cape Town. Thank you. Mulweli Maginya Alfred. Thank you.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Muleboheng Asegai Refilwe. Gee, Asegai. Wow. I think we didn't get the others to take a picture. Please come through, guys.
Okay, great. Next one.
The next one is Christabella Sikobela Gabe.
Okay. And pose for the camera. Great, great stuff. The first two are coming back as well. And next up,
It's Kialebuha Harina Monte. Is that right? Okay. I try.
Yeah.
Hey, they say the name means Kialebuha. No, the name is. Okay. Harina Monte.
Okay, there's one more coming.
Litwalo. Tsepo Litwalo is not here.
Okay, Tsepo is not with us here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. We'll take.
Okay. Austin. How? Austin. Austin Mashawana. Yeah, I'll call you the leader of the volunteers and all, and I'll call you the leader of the ambassadors. Thank you so much.
Okay, one more there.
Nosipho Olomisa.
Last one.
Tobile Zikubu. Tobile?
Okay, doesn't look like Tobila is here.
I think, oh, okay. Oh, Cynthia is receiving on behalf of Tobile. There's one missing. Come, let's take the picture so long so that we can get yours. Yes. Cape Town. This one made us work very hard. He's a social worker, by the way, too. She's just going to be Austin for the day until she gets hers. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is the one that we could not have.
Is that all?
Okay, we'll hand this over. Thank you
Ladies
very
and
much,
gentlemen,
Minister.
thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
thank you.
Minister. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's now time to show you a little something, a quick AV that we'd like to share. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you will please take your attention over to the screens.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, there we go. So the good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are now almost at the tail end of the program. As you have noticed, it was quite a heavily packed program. So the The three most important remaining things will be a word of support for the foundation from the chief, and after that we will have Collen Mashawana himself coming and speak on behalf of the foundation. And I think the last speech will come from one of the princes from KZN, who will be representing His Majesty King Misizulu, whose imminent coronation is obviously one of the biggest topics in the whole of our continent. It would be a great thing to hear a word from the Royal House representing the King himself. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. This is the moment when we call on stage to give us the word of support for the foundation, Chief Gore Mpapuli from Venda. Can we just welcome him with a nice round of applause, please?
Zonda pasiri chimona kos mualontato tamarko shabando muturi shaba imai atsura pasiri nyatsa nwananga ridiru dola fura ono fura doru busosori mbiru ni nwananga itoto ubaka kamero wamba zabo fupi za mirindi ziwachi ambela nduni kana shtanga ni nwananga anangoma halizidanda nangwe isaruruso kotibura rimsatya na munoda bada baskwine munana msatya da bada baskwine di kwini rimdino wa bavenda gole 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 Mpapuli mupapula masina bendi muduru wa nyina ndi muduru wa makwarela wa pasala ngwenda lanurukerwa batu bedana ndena muduru wa mangwenda wena wa bulungu butete bunulije zwangari nanjere asina njere nderi ya chubupalaza ndi muduru wa rachipia kanda ingwe ya binama Zanda pasiri chibona kosi ndi mudanga zawe musiana na sala ndi tosala ndi chizubona gole Mpapuli mufenda mupika na ifeifela bifa mfenda ya sala aye singwaye karilube mbira rume chulu cha madini mtsandra wanga mbira rume chofuka na chowaza iwa wanojana ka WhatsApp sina data ndende mbira rume ufarini ruwana bafuwakazi ndende kakamira chofuka na chowaza magana na maneme mampurukushili na karate ndende musanda wanga mbira rume onabona TV usina mdagasi mbira rume mampurukushili na karate gole mailo sumba ndende amba bomba sandau tende ndiyamira kakamera
Because of time, I will say all protocol observed. All great change in America begins at the dinner table. So says Ronald Reagan. It is so strange that a good dinner and feasting can reconcile everybody. People are gathered here having come from different provinces just to congratulate Collen Mashawana for the benevolence he had continued to propitiate. I had to commit to a return trip measuring to 1,000 plus kilometers to grace this dinner. To my great surprise and pleasure, a number of people who are in attendance at this dinner happen to be people I have dreamed to meet. Enjoying a meal together is beside a point. It is notable to me that all this comes with rubbing shoulders and networking with great influential leaders. The most successful people in our society at every level are those who know the greatest number of other successful people. They organize their lives to meet these successful people by deliberate design, not by accident. Hence, the last year Collen's 40th birthday celebration and the gala dinner unfolding tonight. Honestly, Collen, it may well be that as a child, you have never dreamt of these big milestones, where you can even invite royalties, political leaders, business people, comedians, and artists.
Chidada Muhali.
This bears witness to the reality that given the requisite will, it is possible that a child of a commoner to be influential.
Na sisi likawa ni bohosi.
One thing that Collen is addicted to is generosity.
Na ono yorisa ngumuhangwa.
He once told me that he derives happiness once he sees the destitute lifted out of their misery.
Rutiti lunasekere.
It gives him absolute pleasure to witness those who were once destitute latching onto a state of exuberance.
Musanda wanga.
With an insatiable desire to generate pleasure for the benefit of others.
Na womali makaba dekashangu lavo.
Collen combined a notion of balanced piety with magnificent generosity in bringing his charities into action.
Collen kafwe drobo.
Due to social and economic challenges that members of our communities have to contend with, such as abject poverty, high unemployment rate, and high illiteracy level, the Collen Mashawana Foundation has continuously been building houses for the poor and also buying groceries for them. I strongly propose that by virtue of having machinated all of these good deeds, the Mashawana Foundation rendered itself to be more than deserving of a good round of applause.
Rutiti lunasekere.
Collen, without attempting to project myself as a man of cloth, I do want you to know and keep in mind that in Psalm 41 verse 1, the Bible says, and I quote, "Blessed is the man who had regard for the poor. The Lord delivers him in times of trouble." When the saying goes, upandu upaheya. Pambano hapa ndiya uri aniko paheya kamutambi.
Ziko pfala muhali.
Niko paheya zvisimani zva mashudu na tsireledzo.
Rikoto zivona ngamato.
Collen, we honor you for showing us time and again that you can give wholeheartedly. You literally live through to the African saying which goes, you don't give someone a goat for a gift and still hold onto the rope. May the good Lord bless you manifold for what you have done and for what you continue to do. In 1 John chapter 3 verse 17, the Bible also says, if anyone has material possessions and sees a brother or sister in need, but has no pity on them, how can the love of God be in that person? The word further says, whoever shuts their ears to the cry of the poor will also cry out and not be answered. The story of Joseph is one of my favorite in the Bible. Joseph, who has every reason in the world to ignore or punish his brothers, lavishes the best of Egypt upon them. It's generosity on a whole other level. It is kind of generosity that comes from knowing and trusting the Lord. Fortunately, Collen is naturally creative, which is an innate quality he possesses. The quality of his life is determined by the depth of his commitment to excellence. Collen is so adaptive to changes. He knows that we have moved from total dependence of agrarian products to maximize benefits from the industrial age.
Mwana wa Jesu Kristo.
And to gain benefits from the information age. We are now entering the communications age. He has created an unlimited future for himself by tapping into his brain power and channeling it like a powerful current. Collen once served before resuming the responsibility to lead. The road to Collen's riches had turbulences. Indeed, God will make you sweat or put you into many trials before you prevail. Collen's story reminds me of a donkey that fell into a well. Since the donkey was old, the farmer decided to bury it alive. He shoveled the soil onto the well and its back. Initially, the donkey realized what was happening and cried horribly. Then, to everyone's amazement, it muted down. Surprisingly, with each shovel of dirt that hit his back, the donkey will shake it off and take a step up. It stepped out of the edge of the well and happily trotted off. I conclude my speech by reiterating the moral of the above story. Life is going to shovel all kinds of dirt on us. We must know how to deal with the negativity of that moment. Each of our troubles must serve as our stepping stone. That will confuse our enemies. Perseverance must remain our motto. Please shake it off and take a step up. March on, Collen, and make all hay while the sun still shines. A big thank you to you, Collen. Dende.
Areruve futhi. Kareruve shango ritoliwana.
Iwo fifenda. Venda la manga mwali na bagode na mafena mambeni. Ndimsanda gole chikotuka. Besiela ni gole chikotuka. Mpapula basiwa. Ndigolenga zawe. Mufenda mupika na ivevela bivemvenda asala. Tabelangana la meushikana nini na nini. Tundi ndiamira. Kakamera. Chofuka na chowata. Mwali wanga. Ndende. Mbira room. Ndende.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the end is near. The reason why we are all here this evening, an incredible man, a man who has changed many lives, including, I'm sure, many of the lives here in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon the incredible, the one and only Collen Mashawana.
Hiloko shinganile sitsayi sobatsonga sifika sikutsayi amatiko basala basamele ayona ntombi ya kuribalele intombi ya vutihlamuleri ntombi yo tivati makata yona Zilangutani kahle minga jahangi mita swivona leswaku ndzi ambele nguvo wa ndhavuko wa Vatsonga emavokweni ya mina ndzi tamerile ririmi ra tihosi ririmi ra Vatsonga ndzi tsimba mpandani enhlokweni xibelani xa mina na madeha wa switwa ndzi bamba vamatiko va losa kunene loko ndzi xi hakasela kona va hlangana ni tinhloko onge vo lo hundza mutirixi
tiva timhaka ta yona i ntombi ya Mutsonga n'wa xambula makutlo madofu la rhela tsundzuka n'wana ekweta a ku yo n'wananga vito Masingita lawa ya tsuvulaka ni misisi hi vutshila Mutsonga wo chava ku tsongola swa van'wana vanhu mbhuri ya ku vatla mabambisa ndhavuko wa Vatsonga mikulungwani na makhwela halala Collen Mashawana halala Collen Mashawana halala long live the spirit of Collen Mashawana long live iyaleyo nena vakaina nena exikarhi ka tinena mukomi wa nanga mubiwa xinari ndazira madzolonga ri baleka hi yena musirheleri wa xichava murhangeri wa vurhena ni ntiyiso makomba ndlela masusa ndlela emindyangwini wa ndleka vusiku ni hlekani ndlandlamuka hi laha ku nga heriki ku la u ringana na ndlopfu halala Collen Mashawana halala Collen Mashawana halala ndzi ri halala wena musamariya wa Musa wena ndlela ku anamela rixaka wa mbilu ya xihlovo andzeni ntuwa a wu hlawuli eka hove mintirho ya ku ya vulavula hambi mabofu ma yi vona na vadzinga ndleve va yi twa hikuva ngulumele wa mintirho wa ku wa hlulani lwangu wa vusweti wu kubeta malwangu ya vusweti loko ri mina ntombi ya Mutsonga n'wa xambula makutlo madofu la rhela tsundzuka n'wana ekweta ndzi ku tlhavela tsolo ehansi ndzi ba mandla ndzi vuyelela ndzi ku ndza ku losa halala Collen Mashawana halala long live the spirit of Collen Mashawana long live
Brothers and sisters, when they insist that we're just not good enough. Good enough. When we know better, just look them in the eyes and say,
Can I ask that we all stand up and can we restart this song, please? DJ, please. And volume, please.
The higher you build your barriers, the taller I become. The further you take my rights away, the faster I will run. You can deny me, you can decide to turn your face away. No matter, 'cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone, oh no. Something inside so strong, oh, something inside so strong. The more you refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You hide behind walls of Jericho. Our lies will come tumbling down. Deny my place in time. You squander wealth that's mine. My light will shine so bright it will blind you. Because there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone.
DJ. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. Kizofingelela, 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 ngeke bangiqede namhlanje. Something inside so strong. Okay. Okay. Can I ask that we remain on our feet? Can I please ask that we all stand up? Can I ask that we switch off the lights? Thank you very much. Can I humbly request that those that can, if you can please switch on the spotlight. Is it a spotlight, flashlight from your cell phones? And can I ask that we please bow our heads and take a moment of silence? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much. I ask that we bow our heads and take a moment of silence in honor, sending our prayers, sending our condolences to almost 500 people that have lost their lives in KZN. I ask that we send our prayers and send our condolences to over 260 structures that have been damaged by the fire in Langa in Cape Town that has seen over 760 people affected. I ask that we send our prayers, we send our support to over 200 families that have been left destitute in the Northwest due to the current floods. I begin my speech today with playing a song by an Afro-pop singer, Lyra, who is said to be affected by stroke. We send you our love, my sister. We send you our prayers. May God be with you all. Thank you. Former President of Botswana, in Kama, thank you very much for taking your time with your family to be here with us tonight. Your presence is highly appreciated. The Zulu royal family that is here representing His Majesty King Misizulu, thank you so much for taking your time. You guys have come out in your numbers to come and show us your support. I know the king would have loved to be here himself, and we understand why he could not make it. Tobela Golden Papuri, Minister of Human Settlement, Mamuluko Kubai, Minister of Social Development, Minister Lindiwe Zulu,
the CIC of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Julius Malema, and other party executives that are here with us tonight. Thank you for being with us tonight. The Treasurer General of the ANC, Paul Mashatile, and other executives of the ANC that are here with us tonight. MEC of Social Development, MEC Murakane, all several MMCs that are here with us this evening, business leaders, my colleagues from the Collen Mashawana Foundation, executives from AfriBiz Invest. I stand here before you all to send gratitude from the bottom of my heart that you have all made time to celebrate this occasion with us tonight. It's such an honor for me to stand here and represent my colleagues from the Collen Mashawana Foundation. Having witnessed the work that's been presented here tonight reminded me of how lucky we are, how blessed we are to be alive. We are blessed to be healthy, and we are highly blessed to have the privileges that we have. It's wonderful to see so many of you out here tonight. We had a gathering of 600 people this evening that have come out to demonstrate that they share the same sentiments, they share the same heart, and they share the same love that I have for community development. And you guys look lovely. Can I ask that you give yourself a round of applause? This is an exciting moment in the history of the Collen Mashawana Foundation. When we first decided to form the foundation 10 years ago, we had a clear vision, which was to change lives and assist eradicate poverty. Coming from humble beginnings myself, it was important to give back to our communities and continue the fight against the challenges that face Black children on a daily basis. In the past 10 years, I have seen so many tears. I have seen tears of many grandmothers, tears of people living with disabilities, tears of children that are left with no parents, and tears of all those who have entirely lost hope in accessing basic needs like housing, water, and food. I'm proud to say we managed to turn most of those tears of sorrow into tears of joy. We have restored many people's dignities. Some of those people have lost their lives. Some of them are here with us this evening. Can I ask that we give them a round of applause again? The 10-year journey has not been easy, ladies and gentlemen. The most difficult part of what we do is meeting people that go through the worst and carry their pain with us. Their struggles, the pain that they have and they feel remains with us. It becomes very difficult for us to go back to our homes and have peaceful sleep after witnessing the living conditions that our people in different communities face. In some instances, we haven't been successful. We have failed many families, mostly due to challenges that are not within our control. Although we have made many promises, there are many of those promises that we have not kept. We haven't given up, and we will continue doing the best that we can. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to all those who are at the receiving end of our inability to change the unfortunate living condition that they find themselves in. Please allow me to give you 3 examples of some projects that have proved to be a challenge to achieve. 2 years ago, when President Cyril Ramaphosa was doing door-to-door campaign in Kimberley, in the Northern Cape, he discovered a family that was in dire need of a house. The family consisted of 42 people who were all living in one structure. As the foundation, we were requested by the community to come on board and assist that family. After being interdicted by an opposition party in that area, we still have not fulfilled our promise. Now, over 50 family members continue to live in that dilapidated structure. We have failed the family in Kimberley as I stand here in front of you. In 2021, we paid a visit to a 46-year-old Surprise Khoza who is living with disability in Soweto. He holds a master's degree in development planning. With all his physical disability, he lives alone and survives on a social grant. Surprise faces many challenges, both physical and mental. This is made worse by not having a proper sanitation in his home, and he has to use a nearby clinic to access ablution facilities. Due to Surprise TB infection, he only has one lung functioning, which is an addition to an already ailing health. The foundation committed to build Surprise a house. We still have not fulfilled our commitment. The Gauteng MEC, Lebogang Maile, who had to be with us this evening, introduced us to the family of 5 victims who lost their lives during the Bank of Lisbon fire incident. We committed to building their homes in honor of the firefighters. This is another commitment that we hope to still fulfill. 3 weeks ago, a team from the Department of Social Development that was led by Minister Lindiwe Zulu and a team from the Collen Mashawana Foundation went to Orange Farm, where we visited a 74-year-old Gogo. The Gogo lives in a car. She doesn't have a home. We immediately erected a temporary structure after meeting Gogo, moved her into the structure, but we still have not resolved the problem permanently. These are just some of the projects which I feel we have failed. I feel we have failed people who are in genuine and desperate need for help. The most common reason for our failure is access to land. We struggle to have land to build homes for the beneficiaries. The Collen Mashawana Foundation is also a self-funded organization. Until tonight, let me correct that. So for the past 10 years, we have funded the organization with very limited resources, which has obviously restricted us from fulfilling most of the commitments that we have made. We have, however, not given up. We will not give up. We are truly encouraged by the growth of effective philanthropy over the last decade. But I believe we are still only at the beginning of our journey. I would like to encourage more of you to take the next steps in joining us as we continue this journey. I also encourage those who are in similar journey to step up and share your stories. There are many NGOs, many NPOs out there that are doing what we are doing, but they are doing it in hiding for various reasons. We want a South Africa where no one is left behind. We want to see long-term and sustainable positive change for the poor And we invite you to join hands with us because together we can do more. The government of South Africa tackles social issues on a large scale. There are always gaps that are in need of more support, Minister Zulu. And it's crucial for philanthropy to evolve to tackle these diverse issues within our communities. It's important for us to stand with pride as the Collen Mashawana Foundation and demonstrate what we have done in the past 10 years, hoping to encourage other NPOs to do the same. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that more people will come to embrace the culture of giving. And I'm hopeful that we will see more philanthropists coming out of our communities. I'm hopeful that we will see strangers come out to try and help people they don't know. Because I believe when God answers our prayers, He does not come down Himself. I believe God sends some stranger to come out and assist. Hence, I believe that we should be used as the vessel and should be used as that stranger to restore dignity and hope amongst our people. To our donors, thank you so much for your trust. Thank you so much for your generosity. That has opened doors of opportunity for so many people in our communities. To our partners, thank you for your inspiring work. We are grateful for your dedication in creating programs that truly make a difference. My gratitude goes to the CMF board. Some of the board members are here with us this evening. Thank you for your vision and guidance that has shaped the Collen Mashawana Foundation to be the organization we are today. Lastly, I would like to thank our ambassadors. Some of them were on the stage. They have dedicated their lives to improving lives of the destitute in different communities. To everyone who believed in CMF when we first started this organization 10 years ago, thank you so much for being the bold front runners in our journey. We look forward to your continued belief in us to build more cohesive and a caring South Africa. Thank you very much.
Brothers and sisters, when they insist that we're just not good enough, good enough. When we know better, just look them in the eyes and say, we're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it.
Great. What more can I say? Listening to Collen speak, I'm sure everyone finally can say that this is the sum total of the 10 years that we're celebrating tonight. And if you're one of those people who have reached out to support, especially the fundraiser tonight, you must be feeling very proud that you are at least betting for a horse that wins all the time. Well done to CMF, well done to Collen, well done to your board. And I am already looking forward to another 100 years, as Catherine, or one of the speakers, said earlier. We do have one more speaker that I'm going to invite on the stage from the Zulu royal family. They have sent a delegation that most of you have met or have seen. And they are coming here to represent the royal family. And in particular, they are coming to represent His Majesty, King Misizulu. I'm going to call on Prince Bambindlovu to come on stage and share with us their words of support. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Indoda nophapha ekhanda kamenzi ake nilalela umuntu omemezayo ongathi uyakhala uyalila uthi igula likajama lichithekile lichithwe ngolendala eyakithi kwaNomalandela bekade silinde ubuthelezi wokukhuthazela umntakandaba obekade bemthuka bemcokofia bethi akakulubusa akakuba inkosi kanti bangigcobisa ngamafutha empepho ifulathele kabi ubonde labhidlika nonke makhunda nonke magijimani ngandlela zonkani niyobikela bangakezwa ube lukhululeza liyanyelela sifanisa nendlovu emnyama eyoshisa ikhothaza kwanongo wena wendlovu bayete.
Thank you very much to the Collen Mashawana Foundation. Thank you for giving us the pleasure to come and witness such an exquisite event. On behalf of His Majesty the King, I would like to apologize. He sends his sincerity apology that he could not make it because of other engagements, basically. Basically, I'm here to greet, on behalf of His Majesty the King, the Collen Mashawana Foundation and family, honorable guests, distinguished guests, VIPs, former president, umntwana ulindiwe ngiyaxolisa Makeba ukubiza ngegama Sithuli Skandaba Makeba, and honorable Babu Malema, and Umzwandile Shembe ozalwa ubaba uShembe. Ngiyanibingelela. Ngiyathemba ukuthi there is a video that is going to be played for you on behalf of the family. But as princes of Gwakangela Royal House, we also have a say in such an exquisite event. And basically, Babu Collen, wars in history were fought with assegais and shields. It's a different kind of war today. The shield has become a hug of teaching individuals that they should put on a smile and help the needy. And basically, this goes to all of you. And another point that I should point out in, the royal family of KwaZulu-Natal, Gwakangela Mankingane, please use them. We are there. This is our war as well. As you saw in KwaZulu-Natal with all the floods that were happening, the king gave support. We are always sitting every night with His Majesty the King, speaking about the basic needs of the country and the nation. And we've always lacked the support structure of who we can drive, who the people that can drive us to do these things that you have done. Siyabonga. And this is the exciting part. Before the King's speech has been played on video, I would like to ask all the males to stand up. And I'm just about to teach you some culture and tradition. Please repeat after me. Wena wendlovu. Wena wendlovu. Wena wendlovu. Bayede. Siyabonga. Hlangana namakhosi. Bye.
Bye.
I'd like to greet everybody that is there. I know I should have been there with yourselves, but because of other international commitments, unfortunately, I can't be there, but I do bless the event that's happening right now. It's all for the good. It's for the union and the fellowship of mankind. I'd like to put through a word of thanks on behalf of myself, my family, the Zulu Nation, and government people in KZN after a terrible, destructive flood that we just went through. From the deepest of my heart, I feel everybody is touched by this. It doesn't only affect KZN, but it also affects the rest of the country, South Africa, and the whole continent. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to greet everybody that is there. I would like to thank the Collen Mashawana Foundation for the contribution that they've made through the years, contributing wherever we have natural disasters in our province. On behalf of that, I'd like to mention that we are all one, we are together, and in effect, we need to bond and hold hands in this difficult time. I know there's still rescue operations happening at the moment, but through God and Jesus, good things shall come after a heavy storm. And on myself, I would like to thank the winner of the 1 million rand, that I wish him luck and that they use the money to good use. And through everything, I would like to thank the Collen Mashawana.
phansi kungamkezansi siqabhane lesi sizathu siwisamandla. Woo!
Oh, this one.
Okay.
This one is already partying. Nah, it's picking up the vibes. It's like, okay, I think we need a party. Please can we get someone to just fix this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is coming towards the end of the night, but as the Zulu King had mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we are giving away 1 million rand tonight. Now, how this works, and we should have explained this a little bit earlier, but we had run a competition online on the Mzansi Magic platforms where you could nominate a family in need, and we have the top 10 nominees here, and we were supposed to get the king to draw a number out of a bowl to pick the winner of the 1 million rand. But because he's not here this evening, we're going to ask for the bowl, and we are going to make somebody 1 million rand, Richard.
Yeah, so we are the king's proxies, basically.
With the proxies tonight.
Okay, great.
There we go.
And it's actually a 1 million rand house.
A 1 million rand house.
A house worth 1 million rand. And in a short while, we will know where that is going.
Exactly. I see the bowl is being walked up onto stage, and we'll be able to make that draw and close off the evening with a bang. All right. Come on over, guys. Thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us this evening. It has been a very long night, but a very important night. Changing lives and spreading love. Come on over, guys. Mr. Mashawana, are you going to be?
No.
That's great. Okay.
Okay.
So we have the prince who will now represent the king. All right, so we're mixing up all the numbers in the bowl, and we're going to ask the prince to pick a ball.
So in the same way as Prince Bambindlovu spoke on behalf, representing the king, he is taking it further to represent the king in making this draw.
I don't know if I'm going to say it right, but Reni Tumisi. Reni Tumisi. Yeah, or Remi Tumisi. Must I say the number? No, not that one.
Okay, so we have the winner. It's Reni Tumis. Yeah, Remi Tumisi.
There we go.
From Congratulations. In Gauteng.
Please come up on stage.
So there we go. A house worth 1 million rand is going to be built for Reni Tumisi.
That's it, from Claxdorp.
From Claxdorp here in Gauteng. Thank you very much to Prince Bambindlovu for helping us make such a critical decision,
Yeah.
such a decisive decision. 1 million rand house.
1 million rand.
Thank you.
Can definitely change lives. All right. We're not stopping with the gifting.
Yes, we still have one more. Eh?
We do a cash prize, if I'm not mistaken, of 50,000 rand. Now tell us how it works.
I think, first of all, I'm going to invite Mr. Hatang and Mr. Mashawana to come back and help us with that draw for the 50,000.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it seems as though we are waiting for something. Not quite sure what. All right, the gentleman coming up again. Thank you so much for joining us. Actually, so could you explain to us how this 50,000 rand, I think we need a microphone, how this 50,000 rand prize works? Do you want to come on over to the podium? Oh, he's bringing a microphone.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we said earlier on, though we are celebrating CMF 10 years, we want to salute and also celebrate other community builders. So we have asked South Africa to nominate the best community builders in their own communities. The team from the CMF have selected 6 of those community builders that will be called here tonight. The speakers have voted on the 6 community builders and have chosen one as being the best community builder. The best community builder will be called upon to come on stage now, and they'll win a prize of 50,000 rand.
Great stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much. We already have the dummy check for the 50,000 rand.
Everybody first? Yes, everyone. I think everybody should come on stage.
Okay. So this is the one here. Okay, so we're going to call all the nominated participants.
Okay, so the first one is Maro Foundation. If you can please come.
Maro Foundation, can you please come on stage?
And then Ikemeleng Foundation.
Ikemeleng Foundation, please come on stage.
Tsepo Makola.
Tsepo Makola.
Azania Vision Foundation is next. Azania Vision Foundation.
Azania Vision Foundation.
Maritlahadi Welfare Center being the last one. Maritlahadi Welfare Center.
Okay. Okay, all the nominees are here on the stage, and in my hands I already have the one who has been selected as the winner. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are community builders from different communities across the country, and they are all finalists, but there is one who has been chosen as the winner of the 50,000 rand, and the winner is Maritlahadi Welfare Center. 50,000 rand goes to Maritlahadi Welfare Center. And congratulations, congratulations. Here is the dummy check for the winner of 50,000 rand. And this should serve as further motivation to continue doing great community work across the country.
Everyone else will get 50 from Forum and Rally. Everyone else.
From? Okay. Vuyani has just come on stage to whisper something potentially great for the remaining finalists. Each one of you will get the same amount of money, 50,000 rand. This is being donated. It's an offer that has been made by Mr. Rally Mampeula and Forum as well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. So if you get 50,000, you get 50,000, you get 50,000, you get 50,000, and you get 50,000. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations.
Well done,
That's
thank you
very
very
good
much.
news.
That's so beautiful. Wow. Just beautiful.
This is great.
Incredible. What a beautiful night. I've got goosebumps. This is a really incredible room filled with people who have incredibly big hearts and making changes not just to families, not just to communities, but to the whole of Mzansi. And it's through things like this, vehicles such as this, that we can really make a difference and change South Africa for the better.
Absolutely. And to everyone who is still with us here, including those who have taken early retirement after spending most of the night with us, would like to thank you one more time for being part of such a great celebration of a great milestone for Mr. Collen Mashawana together with his colleagues at Collen Mashawana Foundation.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure and an absolute privilege to share the room with you this evening. And to you, sir, thank you very much for your incredible hard work and co-hosting with me.
Thank you very much to you, Leila. It was quite a pleasant experience to be with everyone here.
Indeed, indeed. Again, thank you so much. The Nelson Mandela Fund, of course, the Collen Mashawana Foundation, of course, the Mashawana brothers, who are incredible and do phenomenal work. We appreciate you, we applaud you, and may you continue to do the wonderful things that you have been doing for many, many more decades to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the party does not end here. We still have great entertainment lined up for you. So if it's a Saturday evening, if you're in the mood for a party, well, there's no better place than right here. So get your dancing shoes on because we've got some great music coming up.
Fantastic. And after tonight, all of us, let's go out to our communities and continue to do great work.
Yes, thank you so much. You are Collen Mashawana. I am Collen Mashawana, and so are you. Thank you so much, everyone. Good night.
Hey, a relentless song engandiniki buthongo ingoma endiyithanda nanini na ngoma wena wangena kum wenza umzimba wami khala watsho kum ngaphakathi inside me oh ngoma ndini wandiphatha ndaguquka sose ndiphinda ndive nje oh sithando sam uyingoma
Good evening. Good morning, rather. Let me see. We go by the name Kwela Tebza. This is our last performance, or our last song for the night. The name of the song is Surimagogo. But there's something special about this song. It's got a dance and a train that we must all hop into. So this train tonight, we'll be calling it the Collen Mashawana Foundation train. So if your heart is pure and your heart is about giving back and doing good, you'll definitely hop onto this train. Let's give this moment a few seconds. We're talking royalty. Smile, Colin. So as I was saying, the special part about this song is the train, the choo-choo train. Everyone must hop onto this train because this train is the Collen Mashawana Foundation train. And the song goes something like this. It was written by our mother. It's titled Surimagogo. I'd also like to wish my brother Mpoli a happy birthday. It's his birthday today. Can I get a happy birthday from Paul? Thank you so much. I also want to introduce our junior. That's our nephew on the far right. It's his first time joining us on stage. His name is Nawale Roli. So the next thing is Surimagogo. Thank you.
Thank
train. We're gonna have the Collen Mashawana Foundation train. And it starts like this. You put your shoulder over my shoulder and you're ready. The train moves. Thank you so much. Should we do one more? One more? And you promise you're gonna join us? So the special song with this song is we won a summer award with this one, and it's got a dance that we all do as South Africans. You know that step where we go and we chant, you know, side to side, front, back, and so on and so on. Are we all gonna join? Let's do this. Lala, I see you. You promise to join us. Come on.
Come on now. Come on now. Yes, go. I see you, Lala. I see you, Lala. Let's go. What's Collen Mashawana? Princess of Mashawana. Come on now. Don't make me let you guys one by one. Let's go. I see you, Tony. I see you, Tony. Let's go, Tony. Tony. Let's go, sister. I
Where's Mjumasilela? Machigibela pezwendlu ubachele umazolo uphi segada gibela pezwendlu ubachele umazola wezombi segada wezithini sange 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 yo 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 wezithini sange sange Thank you so much. Good night.
Ufuni afla ndakuruza